There are no additions or deletions. Excuse me, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? No? Okay. I'd like a motion to accept the agenda as stated. Is
I move we accept the agenda as stated.
there a second? All in
Second.
favor, say aye.
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 Next is a update on the Milani Park Beach sit-in. First of all, thank you all for coming. It was great to see everybody on the beach. Hard to recognize people actually with their masks on, sunglasses, hats and everything. But we had a very good turnout. There were actually 106 people there. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Just as a reference point, a little background, you've seen a couple of the preamble slides before, but this is the famous Milani Park Beach and the parking area above it. And of course, the beautiful Yamata Rock. We'll move on to the next slide, please. This is a close-up of the rock at low tide, and you can see the beautiful coral. But also, I want to bring your attention to where the high tide mark is. We can all see, in fact, thank you for pointing it out. Actually, I would say probably 60% of the beach disappears during high tide. And when you start looking at capacity for a beach, obviously, you've got to look at the high tide mark. Move on to the next slide, please. Just an overview of it. And you can see as the tide starts coming in, the rock disappears, which becomes very, very dangerous. So if anybody comes to the beach at mid-tide moving towards high tide, they don't even know that rock is there. And obviously, very sharp coral. Anybody that hits that rock is going to get cut up. Next slide, please. This is the conceptual plan that shows phase 1 and phase 2. Let's just bring over phase 1, if you can just point that out, please. Phase 1 is 42 parking spaces and just the walkover to the beach. Phase 2, we have been told, wouldn't occur for 8 to 10 years, and it would only occur if they found that the parking lot was continually full and they needed more parking. If they moved into that, again, 8 to 10 years down the road, that would provide an additional 58 spaces, bringing it to basically 100 parking spaces. It would also add facilities, bathroom facilities, and lifeguard facilities. So that becomes a full, large beach. Something that obviously makes us all very, very nervous. So what we thought is let's demonstrate the capacity of the beach, and that's why we did the sit-in. We have 106 people on the beach, and here's the drone flyover. And again, these are just people that volunteered and came. You can see many of them are just standing, not even sitting on blankets. There are no beach umbrellas. There are no coolers. There are no kids running around building sandcastles. But you can see what happens when you put 100 people on this beach during high tide. There really is no additional room. Now, this is what happens when you put during the 8 months of turtle season. Obviously, it takes up a lot of space. When there is a turtle nest, it gets cordoned off. Obviously, the turtle folks go out every night checking. And I believe is it 6 feet on each side? I'll get the right number, but I believe it's six feet on each side of it. So you're talking about a large area that is taken up for each turtle nest. And turtle season is 8 months out of the year. So So there's only 4 months where there are no turtle nests at all. So add the turtle nest to it, add kids on the beach, little kids playing, add umbrellas, etc. You can't even get 100 people on this beach during high tide. Let's move on, please. Just back to an overview of the whole situation. So I think what we have demonstrated here is that the idea of a phase 2 really just doesn't work. And even having a parking area for 42 cars, it becomes questionable. That might in itself be too many cars. So again, thank you all for coming, and I think we proved the point. Any questions, comments?
Question, Mayor, is I noticed the concrete wall. It's only a short section, but do we know why it was built or what was the point?
I have no idea.
Mayor?
Yeah.
There's also an underground garage that's abandoned. Apparently, there might have been a structure there, but there is a falling apart underground garage. It might be part of that.
I believe there's a swimming pool that's been covered over
Oh,
as
a
well.
pool too? I didn't know that.
I guess we could have flown the drone over that area and looked at what other stuff was there, but quite honestly, it wasn't our concern at the time.
Mayor, what's the next step?
Next step is if we as a commission agree, we will then make contact with Parks and Recs and the Commissioner Weinroth and have a meeting with them to show this to them and bring them up to date on what our findings are. So with
Well,
your permission, that's what we will do.
and who will be coming?
We will be the same team. It would be Glenn, Marshall, and myself.
Excellent.
Mayor?
Yep,
Couple-
and obviously
couple
add, anybody has any additional ideas of what we should be discussing there, please add it now.
Just had a couple of questions. A resident wrote me over the weekend and was inquiring what the status was of the Native American artifacts that were found there in past years. There was a news story about 20 years ago about it, but has anything been added to the study based on that angle?
Yeah, well, that all falls into the agreement that was negotiated 10 plus years ago. That's one of the 40, help me out, 46 points, I think it is, that have to be dealt with. So that all has to be researched if they were to move forward, even on phase 1.
Got it. And then another question, I wondered if in fact A1A is scheduled to be resurfaced and reconfigure in about 4 to 5 years, would this coincide with work on this park? Because that would be a pretty big perfect storm to be working on both at the same time.
Yep, they would have to coordinate that, you betcha.
And,
Whether they would try to do it before or do it after, up to them.
As
Yep.
Commissioner David said last meeting, the traffic alone with the traffic addition in that intersection at the south end would be just phenomenally a mess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they were to go to the full 100 cars, I mean, that's obviously the beach can't handle it, but the traffic can't handle it. And, you know, we've discussed that with them. If they don't agree with us, that phase 2 is off the charts and not to be discussed any further, not to be negotiated, then we have to bring in the traffic discussion and everything else. But I mean, clearly 100 people on that beach going to the beach for the day with all of the things that one brings with them, okay, barely works. And they're going to flop over onto private property and there's going to be all kinds of issues. And it's a dangerous beach. I think Eric understands that. Eric is the gentleman from Parks and Recs.
Right.
So I shouldn't say I feel confident because I really don't know enough about their agenda. So I think we accomplished what we wanted to accomplish to demonstrate that that beach can't hold more than 100. So I
One
think we
more-
just have to show it to them.
One more quick question. I wondered if there's a record of literally swimming accidents or beach accidents in that area. Has anybody ever looked into that?
I only have that one, and
Right.
they've seen it.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered.
Peggy,
So,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes, ma'am.
just one point for her.
Sure, go ahead.
One of the points of the agreement, in fact, dealt with the structures that are there. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it is covered.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go
So-
ahead, John.
Just summarizing the top 7, 8 points. Overcrowding on a beach is a problem, I think for obvious reasons. The turtle problem, and for 8 months of the year, is a big issue. University students, they're just down the road. We have 2 major universities that then could use that facility, and what might happen when you have a collection of college students parking, crossing, and using the beach. Surfboarding, at high tide, you don't see the rock. Surfboarding, or the other one, kite sailing,
Yep.
kite surfing, that'd be huge. That's a catastrophe in the works, especially if there's people on the beach and they're launching out from the beach and then hitting the rock.
They can go right into that rock.
Then you have A1A, the crossing itself, and the need then for, police, for signage, lights, and then, of course, all of the dangers of the rock itself for swimming. So when you add up all of that, I mean, you couldn't pick a worse site to do this, really, unless you had an outfall pipe to go along with it. So that certainly makes no sense.
Well, we do know that the county wants more beaches. And there's a very limited number of beaches available to them, and they own this one. So how far they're willing to stretch and how much they want to gamble and how much they want to spend, we just don't have access to that information. So you've sold all your life, John. The more you know about your customer, better you're going to be able to sell them. We just don't have access to that information, unfortunately. But everything you said, I agree with. It's rock solid, but okay. Greg, anything you want to add?
Not all, Mayor. I'm very much in favor of the dream team going forward and seeing what they can negotiate.
Okay. Glenn?
So I agree. I think it's time for the next step. And, like we had our last meeting, phase 1 didn't look that bad. It was phase 2 that was a big concern.
Yep. I mean, if we can get their agreement that phase 2 is off the table, then we would sit down and work very closely with them on phase 1, in terms of how it would actually be laid out, where it would be physically placed on the land, what happens to the land around it. We want that landscaped, want that finished off properly. So there's a lot to be done. And then obviously we have to open up the agreement. It's a court-ordered agreement, so we have to go back to court on it. We have to have it done properly. So there's a lot of work to be done. But first we want to get phase 2 off the table.
Well, Mayor,
And they're listening to this, so they know exactly what we're talking about and exactly what our strategy is. Okay.
and the point I'd make then, given, I kind of listed down from what I can see, the kind of park operational issues. So then I would ask Glenn, are there any other legal options we have to back up what we see here as a catastrophe in the making to put a park that would support 100 vehicles or more?
Well, what we have is an agreement that was entered into years ago, and the county will take their steps if they're pushed to enforce that agreement. There's good and bad in that agreement. The town then negotiated for example, to make sure there was a price paid for parking, and I think there might have been some other items that the county, the sense that we got is that the county is more willing to, especially go phase 1. And I think the mayor hit the nail on the head. If we can have them agree not to go to phase two, we've done all we can do. You know, I hate to even talk about options like court because that's just going to be very expensive. And as the mayor said, the county's probably listening to this, so I don't want to talk about what the possibilities are of any legal action. But I think we'd all be best served if we can come to an agreement with them that's pretty much around the parameters of that phase one, because that seems to be a fairly acceptable, not that we loved that phase one, but it was a compromise that I thought both sides could live with. It was phase two that I think took us all back a little bit.
I'm total agreement with what he just said. Legal action is not something that any of us want to even contemplate at this point. That's the last possible thing. They have an agreement that was settled. It's a court-ordered agreement. I don't see any reason why we should even be contemplating such a thing at this point. The Parks and Recs and Vice Mayor Weinroth have been very cooperative. We have an excellent dialogue going together. You know, I guess the term seat at the table is what we have accomplished here. And it's a great dialogue. So I'm very confident that we'll work something out that works for all parties. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, so we'll move forward then. If anybody has any other thoughts down the road, you know, while you're taking a shower or whatever, don't be shy. Make sure you share them before we have the meeting. Okay? Yeah.
This one fleeting thought, has Mrs. Milani been updated on any of this, just out of curiosity?
At our meeting, which was at least a month ago, if not longer, it might have been 6 weeks now. I have to check. It was left that Vice Mayor Weinroth and I were going to meet with one of the Milani people, and he was going to make those arrangements. And I have not heard back from him yet. It's possible that he talked with her. I have not, because again, we were going to do it together. So I don't know where that stands, but she will be brought into the loop, or the son. I don't remember his first name, but yeah, they have a right to absolutely know what's happening here.
I just want to say thank you to you three fellas for working this through at this point. It's further than we've gone in 30 years, so.
Well, I think, you know,
Well done.
we're trying to do this, you know, as a team. Everybody's sharing on it, and listen, we're making progress, and I just hope that it works out. Okay, that's it. We'll move on. Next, we're at public comments, and I think we have a few people for public comments. One is Michael Mantelli. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We have an email from him.
Yes, it was in your agenda packet.
Okay.
We do have two individuals on Zoom. That is Diane Matherman and Joshua Diveson.
Okay, well, let's bring Diane in if she's ready and able and willing. Good morning, Diane. One is Michael Mantelli. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We have an email from him.
Yes, it was in your agenda packet.
Okay.
We do have two individuals on Zoom. That is Diane Matherman and John.
Diane, can you hear us?
Now I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, good morning. How are
Oh,
you?
awesome. Good morning, good afternoon, actually.
Oh, excuse me.
That's okay.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. I want to start out with just by saying I hope everybody had a really nice Thanksgiving. I certainly did. I am here today to express my disappointment in your decision to allow work on Saturdays and holidays. It seems to me and everyone who I spoke to that your minds were made up before you heard what we had to say last month. You didn't want to ask the people who are affected, the people who vote you into office. You were only concerned with the homeowners who are currently building and making life easier for the builders and the contractors. Everyone who I spoke to had no idea this was on the agenda. When something like this is before you, I would think it is your duty to find out what the residents want. It's really very easy to do. Just simply send out a survey. There is nobody on my street who wants to have work on Saturdays or holidays. I would think that we have a right to know who you think does. It seems to me like a handful of people are asking for this and you simply say, okay, and I'm beginning to wonder why. You said you had many emails regarding this, emails from people who want this change. We asked to see them at the last meeting, but we were never given them. We went out and got signatures, showed them to you, and I'm wondering why this is so one-sided. We'd like to see all those emails that you say were sent to you from people who want this change. Also, something that was bothering me from the last meeting, Mr. Hillman, was you said that in your condominium, you were having a stucco project done and that it was taking a very long time because you couldn't work on Saturdays and that the residents couldn't use their pools. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about inside work, not outside work. I called several condominiums and no work is allowed on Saturdays, no matter what change to the rule. So again, I would wonder why, I would say that the condos don't have a dog in this fight. I urge you to reconsider your decision last month and ask the residents what they want. There is only one reason why you won't agree to a survey, and that reason is because you don't really want to know the answer. Peggy, I want to thank you for trying to do the right thing. And I will end by saying that I hope the rest of you decide to do the right thing. Do a survey and see what the residents want, not the contractors, not the builders. We know what they want. At this point, it seems that that is who you are concerned about, not us. The reason you are on this commission is to represent the residents, fight for us, not do the exact opposite of what we want. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dan. And now Joshua Davison. Hello, Joshua.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can
Good
you hear
afternoon.
me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I won't take up too much of your time. I recently submitted a permit as president for our association here on Russell Drive to extend our existing pool deck out to our seawall. We had an existing wood deck there that had reached its end of life. I think it was almost 15 or 20 years old. So we tore that out because it was a hazard to residents and guests. We hired a contractor, a very reputable contractor in the community who's done a lot of work for residents in our neighborhood and throughout Highland Beach, submitted permits, and it came to our attention that in the last year, an ordinance was passed that doesn't allow us to extend our deck all the way to or just up to the seawall. There has to be a 4-foot passageway, or I'm not sure the technical term for it. So I'm here today to kind of learn more about that. Our neighbors right next door had their patio extended to the deck, and I have photos I'd like to share with everyone. Theirs was done within the last 2 years. I spoke to, I believe, Jeff in Highland Beach Building Department, who said that ordinance was passed within the last year. So I'm just curious as to why that ordinance was passed. If we could create some kind of flexibility to existing buildings or structures, I would request that. Every single one of my neighbors on my canal has their patio decks extended to the seawall. So for us to be maybe the first condominium that's not allowed to do that, as a structure that's been here since 1980, I think that's quite unreasonable. So if you guys will allow, I'd like to show you some photos of what I'm talking about.
Sure, show us. Yeah. Can you hold them up or do you have a,
I'll show on my screen here.
okay?
Let's see here. So this is our backyard. So you can see where the old deck was ripped out. Our plans were to extend the travertine deck to within maybe 2 inches of the seawall. Build a concrete foundation, put travertine on top of it. I think it's about 6.5, maybe 7 feet from the current edge to the seawall. So per the current ordinances, we would only be able to extend this about 2.5 feet. And you can see already there's not a whole lot of room. I can't even fit a Shea lounge chair, in this direction without kind of falling over the edge of our patio right now. So another 2.5 feet would make it so I could fit a chair, but nobody could could walk around it. So now if you look at all, our neighbors, which is what we modeled, this is our direct neighbor to the east of us. I'm at 1015 Russell Drive. This seawall was built by the same contractor within the last 1.5 years. This is exactly what we wanted to do with our seawall. So they were allowed to do it. Now we're not. You can look across the canal. This is, you're looking across at Bel Air. Every single one of these patios are extended to the seawall. That's my daughter, excuse me. And if you continue down east, all of these condominium complexes, as well as the ones on A1A here, all have their pools or decks extended right to the seawall. So essentially here just to learn more about the ordinance and request that we have some kind of flexibility or what my options might be besides limiting it to a 4-foot setback from the seawall.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I comment before Joshua Davidson leaves?
You want to appeal to one of our boards. There's a board called Adjustments and Appeals
Okay.
that handles this stuff. You made an excellent presentation. I totally understand where you're coming from and what you want to accomplish. If you stop in at the town hall and see the town clerk, she can give you the appropriate paperwork that you need. And that board can meet. And I think what would be very helpful is if you invited them to come to your property so that you could show them precisely what the situation is. That would be helpful for you.
Okay.
Okay. And then that board can review the situation.
Mayor,
I appreciate it.
may I also comment on it before Joshua leaves?
Yes, please, go right ahead.
Hi, Joshua. Thank you for your presentation. Couldn't have been more timely. This is something a bunch of other residents are facing, not just you. I don't think this ordinance was put in over the last year because I think I've been on the commission coming up on 2 years and I never would have agreed on this. I'm not sure exactly how it came into an ordinance, but one of the things that we're working on is rewriting the marine accessory ordinances. And that just started. This is one of the items that's been brought up repeatedly by the town manager, by the building official, by residents. And it's one of the things that we're going to at least propose to the commission of completely getting rid of. And none of the towns around us require this 4-foot easement, if you will, or permeable track, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not even sure why it is in existence. So it all depends on how the commission votes, but this is going to be one of the items to have removed when we present revised marine accessory ordinance language.
Joshua, how urgent is this in your mind?
Well, as you can see, you know, in hindsight, I wouldn't have ripped up my old deck because, you know, we could have at least used it for storage. It was definitely not usable for any kind of pool or leisure activities because it was, you know, splintering and nobody could walk on it without shoes. So it needed to come up. So I'd say pretty urgently. I mean, you know, if I show you the picture, I'm gonna have to put up in the next week or so, like kind of a temporary railing, just so, you know, to protect the property, you know, until this gets resolved. So as far as urgency, you know, we submitted the permit to the city back in maybe early or late September, early October.
All right, I understand. What the vice mayor is implying is that this will eventually go your way.
Sure, right. And how long can I wait before we? Yeah.
Right, but it takes a while for these changes to take effect. Partially because we are a municipality and things don't move as quickly through a municipality as it does in the private sector. And also there are legal things that require time. So you're looking at a number of months, not weeks, several months. You might still want to try adjustment and appeals because you might get a faster action to help yourself.
Yeah, I will do that right away, and I
Okay,
appreciate the comments.
Let me jump back to the vice mayor. Do you agree with that, what I'm saying here?
Yep, certainly makes sense. I mean, we can't rush the revisions of the marine ordinances, but I'm ready to work on it as soon as Ingrid's ready, and she said she'd be ready the week after Thanksgiving, which is this week. And this is one of the highest priority items on it to revise.
Okay, when I'm going to ask our town manager a couple of questions. When do you think adjustment and appeals would be meeting?
I wish I would have known Mr. Davison was going to be in because I could have had Ingrid here to explain. I don't know that this is something that's subject to appeal. Because this was brought up to us. We went through this exercise with the Snide property over on Tranquility. And basically it was passed in your setback ordinance modifications in 2019, whereby there can be nothing placed in the setback outside of these certain areas. The rest is expressly prohibited. So the appeals and adjustments can only do dimensional variances, not reverse strict prohibitions within the area, where basically walkways and things of that nature can't be within 4 feet or 5 feet, one of those two numbers from the rear property line. Plus your pool deck has to stop, I think it's either 4 or 5 feet. So in between those two things, along with the exception, the way the setback ordinance is written, there is no way to appeal that 4 or 5 feet. It would have to be an ordinance revision. But we'll get that clarified, and I know that Linelda has Mr. Davison's information, and so does Jeff, the building official. We'll reach out. I'll have Ingrid explain this, make sure what I'm saying is correct. But this happened in 2019. We went through the exercise of rewriting all of the setback ordinances because we had all of this materials placed in the setbacks, and we were having trouble with, you know, you're doing property to property line improvements with no unfettered access in your setbacks. However, did we fully vet and discuss, and I think this is where the vice mayor was going, waterfront properties to have some flexibility to have the mobility to go from the rear of the properties all the way to your dock, seawall areas. And I think that, because you can't, you have to walk through grass as the ordinance is written to date. And I don't know that that was fully contemplated and considered when we did the setbacks, because we didn't go only this in the side setbacks, this in the front setbacks, rear setbacks. We didn't make an exception. Many communities in the waterfront have some type of exception for waterfront, whether it's a percentage or a distance. That wasn't fully discussed because we obviously implemented it. And this is one of those things that kind of came through and came to light. So it is true, there's several neighborhood folks that are on these intracoastal waterways. They want to be able to move through. Other folks have used other creative solutions to fill that gap. So you'll see some properties where they've done it in the near term, but got around it by different methods of construction, which really probably wouldn't be palatable because you'd have to raise your seawall so high in this case, based on the pictures. But we're working on it. It's a long answer, but it's not appealable because it isn't a dimensional component of the variance. It's a strict prohibition. So we'd have to allow additional items to exist. And wouldn't you know it, I start talking about something and Ingrid finally comes in about pool decks. Ingrid, I'm going to put you on the spot, Mayor, if I may. Remember the Snide property? So Mr. Davison was having a similar situation. Okay, cool. So could you explain the setbacks and the pool decks and the ability to appeal it because it's not dimensional, it's a prohibition, if I got that correctly?
Before you started on that, as you explain it, if there is any way that we can accommodate this gentleman, would you explain that as well?
Well, let me go back to the provision that is Mr. Davidson, I believe. I was listening in my office and my computer was just taken away, so I'm here. He's referring to, and I'll give you the code section for the record. It is section, let's see here, 30-66. Hold on one second. It's letter C1A. And it says here, encroachments into setbacks in the RE, RS, RML, RMM, and RMH zoning districts. It says here, unless otherwise provided in the code, the following structures are allowed in the side or rear required setbacks as set forth herein. Walkways, patios, and other hard surfaces for walking, gathering, sitting shall be constructed of porous, pervious base materials no closer than 4 feet to the closest property line, provided the height of the areas does not extend more than 4 inches above the finished grade. Now, I did hear some conversation about I'm sorry, a little bit out of breath from coming here. There was some discussion about accessory marine facilities, and we're looking at possibly amending that section of the code. This section that I just read you is not within the accessory marine facilities provisions of the code. It's totally separate, has nothing to do with accessory marine facilities. It's about walkways.
But we're adding it, as you, Vice Mayor's extensive notes, this has been added to a component to accommodate accessory. So there's going to be other components.
Josh,
Okay.
bring your photo back up again so she can see exactly what you want to do.
Have you seen the photo?
Josh,
I'm familiar with
Josh,
the
can you
site.
hear me?
Yeah, I
There you
saw
go.
the photos in my office. Yeah.
You want to see my neighbors or my photo?
Yours. So she can see precisely what you want to accomplish. There you are.
Yes, I'm familiar with this site. So if I recall correctly, and Marcia, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this provision with regards to walkways in the 4 feet, that was incorporated into the code in 2019, right? So all these other neighbors that Mr. Davison is showing pictures of, these were probably these concrete or pathways that are within 4 feet were probably placed there prior to this provision in the code. So we call that a legal non-conforming. And you could keep it that way, but the minute you want to make a change, you then have to comply with the code as it currently reads, which is the issue with Mr. Davidson. He could have kept it, if there was concrete up within the 4 feet, that's fine. As you can see, there's other adjacent properties that have the concrete walkway within the 4 feet, and they can keep it that way, legal non-conforming. But again, the minute you want to make a modification, you have to comply with this provision of the code.
Understood.
Yes.
So under the current situation, there's no way he can do this.
Well, again, it is a dimensional requirement. So the town code does have a provision for a variance.
Oh, there is a provision for
Yeah.
variance.
Yes.
So he should go to adjustments and appeals.
Right. I mean, there's a variance application. Now, I will say, in the code, there are criteria for a variance. And one of those criteria is that you have to show hardship. So that's on the applicant to show the hardship. But that's one of many criteria that the applicant will have to provide responses to. And that's what the Board of Adjustment and Appeals will review and consider.
I'm aware of
Right.
that. So
But
you-
off the top of my head, this should meet the, again, there are provisions in the code as to what you can get a variance for. And if I remember correctly, it is, dimensional requirement, which is 4 feet. So I don't anticipate an issue with moving forward with a variance application, but again, it will be on the applicant to determine the hardship. And maybe they'll have a valid hardship, but that will be for the board to consider.
Did you hear all that clearly? Josh?
I did. I mean, as you can imagine, finding hardship for unit owners that live on the water in a high respectable community is going to be difficult. So, I mean, I guess we're at a point where we wait till the revisions of the code are done, which could be months from now. I may end up just extending the deck as much as I can now, and then hiring the contractors once the ordinance gets revised to complete the further extension. That right now seems like my only option.
Okay. Best we
Mayor, may I ask Glenn a question when you deem it appropriate?
can-
Glenn, so Ingrid mentioned that 30-66C1 is not in the Marine Accessory Code. It's in our setback codes. If this is something that the commission wanted to edit, can't we simply change this code or work through the process of changing this code to not be applicable to waterfront, to rear property lines for waterfront properties?
Yes,
Isn't
you
that a
could
simple way
always,
to just address this?
right, you could always amend that particular ordinance if that's the direction the commission wanted to go in and, have it drafted up, put on for first reading and second reading. Mr. Davison, that's probably about a 2.5 month process.
I'm happy to write it. Just tell me what to do.
All right, I think at this point, Josh, leave it to us to take it from here. We understand what you want to accomplish. We are sympathetic to it, obviously. And
Sure.
We'll do the best we can to move it along as quickly as possible.
I appreciate everyone's time. If I wanted to kind of have a point of contact regarding that amendment, who would it be?
I think it would be Miss Allen.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
you bet. We will we'll move it as quickly as we can, either way. Okay,
Thank you.
you bet.
So Mayor, Ms.
I have
Swindell,
one email here to
You
read.
have one email, and then I sent one out this morning from another gentleman.
Okay, I have, the only one I have is from Keith Neufeld.
Okay, and then Michael, that was in your agenda packet. Michael Mantelli,
Okay, you have that one.
yes.
Okay, do you want to read that one and then I'll read the one I have?
Sure. Mr. Mantelli, he sent an email. He was pretty much just expressing his concern with regards to expanding the construction work hours. And he's pretty much saying that these kind of decisions should be voted on by the residents who have to endure the consequences. Then he went on to say, how can these decisions be made without full transparency of who will be benefiting most from the results?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
This is from Keith Neufeld. Hello, my name is Keith Neufeld, okay? I'm a resident here in Highland Beach, and I just wanted to briefly state my view regarding item 6. I think it's reasonable and appropriate that we allow contractors to work in the town on Saturdays, but with noise restrictions and reduced hours. I'm asking the commission to reconsider the current rules and make these adjustments. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments for that
Okay,
section.
so public comments are now closed. Announcements, board vacancies, Board of Adjustments and Appeals Board, 2 vacancies. Financial Advisory Board, 1 vacancy for a 3-year term. Upcoming meetings, December 9th, Natural Resources, the 10th, Planning Board, 15th, Town Commission meeting, the 17th, Financial Advisory Board meeting, 24th, Town Hall is closed again. 25th, again, the Town Hall is closed. My goodness. Okay. There are no board action reports. Now we have an ordinance. The proposed ordinance is the elevation provisions that can be found on page Town Commission meeting, Financial Advisory Board meeting, 24th, Town Hall is closed again. 25th, again, the Town Hall. Starts on 13? Yes. I guess, Jeff, are you with us? It's all yours, Jeff.
Okay, sorry, there's a delay. I have to watch it on TV.
No problem.
All right. I'll make sure I get to the right one. Okay, this is a continuation. Could you hear me?
Yes, fine.
Okay, great. Chapter 30 of the zoning code and chapter 6 building instructions of the town's code of ordinances currently provides several provisions regarding finished floor elevations and general elevation requirements. Upon review of these chapters, staff determined that several of these provisions are redundant, given that they are already addressed in the Florida Building Code and or Chapter 20 Planning Development and Article 6 Floodplain Management of the town's Code of Ordinances. Therefore, in an effort to provide better clarity and efficiency in the town code, staff proposes the following revisions to the code ordinances as provided in the attached ordinance. Deletions are denoted by a strike through and additions are denoted with an underline. Now, this is something that we spoke about previously. Took it to the planning board. The planning board was in agreement, and now we are coming back doing our process and coming back to the commission. And that's pretty much it. I'm just wondering if there are any further comments or questions about this
Anybody?
particular ordinance.
This is the first read today.
Yeah, I got a question on page 14, item 4. Following exceptions to building height limits for single family and multifamily units, et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't see what was following.
All right.
See where I am?
Yep. 14. There it is.
Number 4, about 2/3 of the way down the page.
Right.
Exceptions.
Yeah, exceptions to building height. The following exceptions to building height limits for single-family, multifamily units contained up to 4 dwelling units shall be permitted.
And I don't see anything that follows. What are the following?
So we have to go back to, let me make sure we have this in the right spot here. That was under, let me go back to this. It starts on the other page. That's 3068U. And I'll bring up 3068U.
Where would I find that? How would I have known that?
Because these are just clips, components that we're removing. It's not everything that's all inclusive in there. All right. Let me pull this up. 30.
Was crossed out was exceptions to building height. The following exceptions to building, et cetera, was not removed.
Okay, well, right, and it shows it on page 18. You'll see what's being removed.
Go to page 18.
Right, go to page 18, and there are,
The whole,
from 18 through 19 those are all the areas that were removed.
okay, then I have the same question on page 19, number 4 again. The following exceptions to building height. And there's no following. I don't understand. You got the same problem. Yes. Ting.
Got it. The following exceptions to building height. Let me double check. Why are people ringing my bell? Stand by.
Peggy has the same question.
You got it. 3068 U. Let's get through this section here.
This was a test to see if we were reading it. I know you.
That is a good test to see if you're reading it.
We passed the test.
So if I were to read it, I would say that all the sections of U prior to this section will be removed. So you're just basically picking up U, if you go to 68, 3068 supplemental regulations, U, everything gets crossed off because you see it capitalizes exception to building height, colon, and then it picks up with the following exceptions to the building height. And then you have for A, B, C, and D now become 1. The U itself is now just section 4. Does that make sense? So you have it. So if you go back to page 18 at the very beginning, okay, where it says supplemental districts, U is not crossed off. So we're still going to have a section U under 3068. It crosses off first floor elevation, building heights, and that crosses that. Then it goes to capital E, exceptions to building height, colon. Everything underneath it comes out until on the other side of the colon, it picks up the following exceptions to the building height limits of single family and multifamily units containing up to 4 dwelling units shall be permitted. And under that, it still has A, B, C, and whatever the next, I'm looking at this. Oh boy.
It's actually A, B, C, D, and E is where it continues on because you're right. It is getting.
I'm going to do something orthodox. I'm going to throw a mask on and come up and point to each of you. Hold on one second. Jeff, you take it from here, sing a song. Hold on.
Yeah, no, not a problem. And Marshall is absolutely correct. U then brings everything up to where it starts the following on page 19. So everything with U disappears, and then it begins with the following exceptions to the building height for limited single family containing up to 4 dwelling units shall be permitted. And that is still in play because that's not being pulled out. And that is A, B, C, D, and E, actually. It says exceptions, measurements, limitations, elevators, observation decks, and window walks. That stays the same. We're not messing with any of that. And that's something that had nothing to do with my elevations as far as the floodplain ordinance or the Florida building code.
You would have known that. He knows it because he worked with it every day.
If you can hear me, what we're doing, we're pulling out what's unnecessary, but you can't see what's being left in. Otherwise, we would have to print this whole section out. So we're not changing anything. We're just removing those and everything gets bumped up to you. So it's going to change the numbering system.
In this A through E, you know, we just don't know.
Well, you don't, right, because we're not changing it. It's existing in the ordinance. We're saying we're not removing that.
Right. We don't.
Only removing what we're showing you. We're showing you what we're removing. We're not showing you what we're not removing.
Gotcha. We didn't know that.
Okay.
And what we're not removing is acceptable. We're making that assumption.
Right. Gonna show us the A through E.
Yeah, you have to go down to number 4, because number 4 is where it's going to take over.
Yeah, there's, Peggy, there's the 18 inches.
Thank you for whoever's scrolling, who has that up.
See that on 2B? 2B or not to be? Yeah.
There we go. Right there, number 4, exceptions to building height. All of this,
Stays in.
yeah, where it says number 4, that's actually going to change into a U.
Yeah, I got it now. I understand.
And all of that existing remains. The song remains the same.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Very comfortable now? Well, you weren't uncomfortable.
So, question, sir? Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
The question I have is, I understand the formatting is really what we've been focused on here, but the concept of seawalls, intercoastal side, that was added to this or no? In terms of it being the BFE, subject to BFE? Follow me?
Yes, so previously or currently, the minimum seawall elevation is greater than 6 feet.
Right.
Current, right, the current measurement is NAVD since 1988. That's the datum that's used for elevation. 6 feet just happens to be what the current base flood elevation is at this time. So rather than continuing to alter the seawall heights by ordinance, if we simply refer to the base flood elevation, then as the base flood elevation increases for the protection of the island, then the ordinance would automatically increase the seawall heights for those that repair or replace.
Right. Now, and this section was added since the last time we reviewed this, correct? Or no?
No, that 6 foot height was pre-existing in the ordinances.
All right. And it's not just oceanside, it's intracoastal side. It's all seawalls.
No, it's specific to the intracoastal side. I believe,
Okay.
yeah. Because it wouldn't make any sense to do that at that height on the ocean side. And we don't have anything that addresses that. Because this is specifically for all seawalls west of State Route A1A. When you look at 6-128B on
And so
22.
how do we deal with the ocean side? That's what I was missing.
We don't.
You don't, you don't have anything about that.
And
We have nothing on the ocean.
No.
right,
There are some, but I think they're set at like 16 feet. If you wanted to go to a female elevation, Jeff, you can jump in. You would have to go to like the top of the V zone, which is the surge height if you wanted, but that might be excessively high to do something like that. But I think we have it at like 16 feet.
What do we have on
Something
the
like that.
ocean?
What's that?
What do we have on the ocean?
Yeah, well, I think we have it 16 feet. On the Atlantic side, there's the provisions for seawall, and I think it's 16 feet. I'm going to look at it to get you the
No,
exact
but
number.
do we in Highland Beach have anything on the ocean?
Yes, we do.
Where is that?
Throughout, they're buried. They're required to be buried within the dune structure itself. So a lot of them you will not see because they require the placement of sand on the water side of that seawall, and then they require like dune grasses to be planted. But if you go like King Tide usually exposes a couple of them, and you'll see the vertical face of that seawall, and then they'll have to repack sand eventually up to
I
that.
didn't realize that.
there's plenty of, you have exposed, concrete seawalls as well as the steel girders that they drive in the ground and then cover with sand. And the newer mansions are having concrete walls but are buried. And then
Yes,
they plant the grasses on that side. So, I just didn't know if this was also including both ocean and intercoastal or just intercoastal. Plus, it's kind of interesting in this case with Josh, the former speaker here, our resident having his problem where he can't put an additional higher seawall next to the existing seawall. What's interesting about that to me is I was down there just a few weeks ago and the docks were underwater and in some cases up and over the existing seawall and onto their grasses. And yet we're not allowing them to build an additional seawall adjacent to the existing seawall that would bring the height up higher. Because of what we just discussed with Josh. Can't do it.
No, John, I think you got your points confused. That doesn't, we
No.
weren't talking about seawall. We were talking about decks with him.
Yeah, decks, but remember, he's trying to go up to the seawall, right?
No, going out to the seawall from the pool laterally to the seawall, not elevation as in higher.
No, but I think at the seawall, he still has to bring up a wall to make it level with his pool. That's basically
Oh.
enough. You're not following me.
I'm following you.
So
He's
in
saying
Josh's case, he has a
the pool's-
seawall.
The pool's here.
And then,
seawall's
yeah,
here.
the wall is here, his pool is up here.
what's he
So
gonna do?
he needs to bring his deck out. And then this wall is what his neighbors have done, which is another seawall in effect, because it's right next to the existing one. And raises the elevation another 2 feet at least.
Fine.
His neighbors have a brick retaining wall. It's not a seawall.
Yeah, probably, Justin. Instead of building up, he probably builds down, meaning he's not extending that seawall.
So it's not a separate wall then.
Well, and he's not.
But
and it's-
doesn't it
and
serve
it's
the
not
same purpose?
It's not the protection that a seawall gives you.
But I'm just thinking that from a hardship standpoint, and he has another reason why, I'm just trying to prevent my back lawn to get washed away. No?
Raise your seawall.
Not going to be that sturdy as a seawall.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That was my
okay.
question. More than a question.
Quick question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Remus, Jeff?
Yes.
Yes, wasn't there a state law passed a few years ago requiring properties to be built up 18 inches? Correct?
No, the Florida Building Code for single-family residences, duplexes, and townhomes is required to be 12 inches above the base flood elevation. However, the commercial buildings such as condominiums could still have their lowest finished floor at base flood elevation. I am not aware of an 18-inch, what would be called freeboard, an 18-inch freeboard requirement on this at all. And with the most recent, last year when I went to an advanced floodplain training course, none of that was brought up. We solely spoke about the 1 foot of freeboard that the Florida Building Code requires for the single family, but not 18 inches. 18 inches makes sense if you want to put that in your ordinance, in your floodplain ordinance, because that actually would help with the premiums for flood insurance. They actually give you credit for 2 feet because you're greater than one. If you go to 18 inches, you actually get credit for 2 feet of height. But the Florida Building Code itself is already exceeding the FEMA requirements by adding that 1 foot of freeboard.
Okay, thank you. It was being bannered out, and so it must not have actually passed at the state level, but it was being discussed pretty heavily. So thank you for clarifying that.
And I will double check and research myself, but there's not something that I'm aware of.
Okay. You cover all your stuff? Jeff?
Yeah, that's it for that one.
Okay, keep rolling.
Well, therefore, I'll just reiterate, at the October 20th, 2020 commission meeting, the commission gave the consensus to follow the recommended changes by staff. And then we went to the planning board. The town attorney opined that the proposed ordinances is statutorily required to be considered by the planning board. Given the ordinance includes amending the town's code of ordinances, at the November 12th planning board meeting, the board recommended approval of the ordinance, and it carried with a 7-0 vote. And my recommendation is to approve the ordinance to remove all of this redundant language that is unnecessary and confusing.
Anybody have anything they want to say? Or we approve? One, twice, okay.
Don't we need a number on this?
We need a motion on it.
Well, no, not just a motion, but usually we have a number. It would be 20- something.
Yeah, we do need a number.
Mayor, may I explain?
Please, yes.
Because it's a first reading, I didn't put a number on it. So when it comes back for its second reading, it will have the number on it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we need to call it something then.
You can call it the proposed ordinance. It's gonna have the same caption and everything. It'll just have the number. When it comes back for second reading, I have to advertise it. It'll have a number on it then.
All right, so just call it proposed ordinance for administrative.
No, that's a different proposed ordinance.
Proposed ordinance relating to elevation provisions.
I move we accept the proposed ordinance relating to
Elevation
elevations.
provision.
To eliminate redundant provisions in the current code.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, done.
Done.
Jeff?
Okay, on to the next one, which is going to be a little long-winded with the summary. And this is an ordinance of the town of Highland Beach, Florida, adopting administrative amendments to the 7th edition, the 2020 edition of the Florida Building Code, and providing for the repeal of all laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And I will start now. In 2012, with Ordinance 12-002, the Town of Highland Beach adopted administrative amendments to the 2010 Florida Building Code. These amendments are required to be updated every 3 years, along with the state's adoption of the new edition of the Florida Building Code. This cycle was missed twice, once with the adoption of the 5th edition of the Florida Building Code, and again with the adoption of the current 6th edition of the Florida Building Code. Since the original adoption of this ordinance in 2012, there have been multiple updates to the Florida Building Code, along with state statutes that affect it. In August of 2020, the 7th edition of the Florida Building Code was released and is set to be implemented on December 31st of this year. This will place Highland Beach 10 years and 3 code cycles behind the Florida Building Code and affected Florida state statutes. Many new sections to Chapter 1 of the Florida Building Code have been added, and several sections have been amended, which are not reflected in our current but out-of-date amendments. In accordance with State Statute 553.73.6, local amendments to the Florida Building Code are only effective until after the adoption by the State Building Commission of the new edition of the Florida Building Code. This means that the decade-old amendments we have in place are actually not in effect, leaving us to enforce the basic Chapter 1 of the Florida Building Code minus the missing sections which are reserved for local use. And I'm going to get to that now. The Florida Building Code provides an administrative Chapter 1, but leaves some sections open to be customized by the local authorities. With every code cycle, the Building Officials Association of Florida takes the basic Chapter 1 and through committees provides a complete model Chapter 1 for municipalities to adopt. This helps to ensure uniformity application of the Florida Building Code across the state, while at the same time providing compliance with the Florida statutes. The 2 sections of Chapter 1 that have been customized are Sections 113, which is the Board of Appeals, and Section 114 for violations. In section 113, we have opted to use the Palm Beach County Building Code Advisory Board for technical code appeals. This statute requires that the local administrative board shall, to the greatest extent possible, be composed of members with expertise in building construction and fire safety standards. And this is the main reason to take the technical building code appeals to the county BCAB, Building Code Advisory Board, which is comprised of 16 members, all with technical expertise in the Florida Building Code. In the next area that has been customized through BOAF, Building Officials Association of Florida, for all municipalities is section 114 for violations. This is standard verbiage in addition to what we previously had in the 2010 Florida Building Code amendment that provides the Florida building procedures, the building official procedures to follow for the enforcement of our actual code. And I am recommending that we approve this ordinance on the first reading, and whenever you're ready, I am hopefully prepared to answer all your questions.
Anybody have any questions?
I have one procedural question. Is there any way that we can put language into our code so that we automatically adopt any changes that the state may make without having to actually do this?
I would love to do that. The problem is that the state leaves those sections open for those sections to be updated locally, section 113 and 114, because they understand that every municipality may have their own procedures and policies. One of the things that I really wanted to do was to just do exactly what you're saying by adopting the chapter 1 of Palm Beach County, because they put a lot of time and effort into it. The problem is that for their appeals board, they do not allow any municipalities to use it. Therefore, the verbiage that they have wouldn't be applicable to us because we would not be able to use their appeals board, and they have other policies and procedures in there that wouldn't really be consistent. It's also twice as thick as what we would have here. We're just going with the basics out of the Florida Building Code and pretty much just amending those two sections.
Anybody else?
So I have a
No.
question.
Yeah, sure. go
Mayor?
ahead.
Given, the issue there, which is updating, and my goodness, we've been behind 10 years and 3 code cycles and blah, blah. Now, some of this is obviously before you, Jeff, but
Yes.
how does Ingrid, does she play in this space to help in the town planning and so forth, work with you to help stay ahead of this in the future? Or not?
Well, Ingrid and I work together on just about every change in ordinances because that's, part of her job and part of my job. But the Florida Building Code changes themselves is really more directly in my wheelhouse. And that's one of the very first things that I discovered when I came on board here in February was that we had an issue with this. It was never updated and it was neglected. And I started the process, but what I was waiting for August for the adoption of the 7th edition of the Florida Building Code, and then waiting for BOAF to get out of committee with the changes that they had to this chapter 1, which didn't happen until, honestly, it wasn't until October. But I got a hold of it as soon as I could so I can customize it for us where, they literally just leave, sections in red, put your name here, and it's quite simple.
So what you're saying, Jeff, is once this is approved, resolved, done, we're now up to date, and you feel as though, or how would you characterize our status at that point?
We will be completely up to date and we'll be good for the next 3 years. And then in 3 years, we'll just have to make whatever, modifications there are. That there's normally not a whole bunch of changes in the chapter 1, but in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of changes. And there's been a lot of state statutes that have stripped some of our abilities to enforce things out and away. And we had to reflect, that has to be reflected and changed. So we're good for the next 3 years. So we don't have to worry about this for 3 more years.
Well, my only last comment is that, being behind for so many years and catching up on all of this, I think that is very commendable. And I think that this is the kind of thing that the town assumes and takes for granted is done on a routine basis, but it takes, the hard paperwork to do. So I think this is going to put Highland Beach in a better position. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor? If I could just add, in case Mr. Shoemaker wasn't living here then, we had a subcontracted building department, which we had for 8 to 10 years. And maybe Marshall wishes to weigh in more, but I believe that a lot of this is because one person was employed under that subcontracted company and was in charge of these areas that should have been updated. And Mr. Labadie may want to weigh in more. And now that we have Mr. Labadie and Mr. Remus, we are pulling the town together. And Marshall, do you want to add in to that?
Just not much what I'd add. And you hit the nail on the head of just, a lot of things we had left to chance or just had forgotten. So part of the concept of the commission was to bring in our own in-house building department to take care of these types of items. There's some value that while you can use consultants to take care of the heavy load on the ebbs and flows of your services, you still need somebody to be watching the operation. And that's kind of what we're doing here, is doing a lot of catch up on things that were kind of just left behind. So as you can see, since we haven't done anything since 10, and I agree with you, Jeff's doing a great job.
Okay, need a motion?
So I would propose a motion for the administrative amendments and the updates as noted here, the 7th edition of the Florida Building Code, and providing for the repeal of all laws in conflict, providing for severability and so forth, as noted by Jeff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. We have no consent agenda. If my fellow commissioners agree, next on the agenda is the water and wastewater systems, which will obviously take us some time. But we have the Bodkers. I assume you are the Bodkers, which will not take that long, I don't think. We might want to jump over to their issue, which is item 11B on our agenda, and move that up. So why don't I ask you to come up and present your situation? That way
Mr.
you
Mayor?
don't have to sit through this any longer than you already have.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I need to weigh in. I've known the Bodkers due to the fact our kids went to school together at Unity School.
Oh, what?
Their daughter was adorable, a little older than mine. But I want to disclose that.
Oh, well, then just
I've
make a
known them
motion
for
and
like
let's pass this thing.
3,000 years. It shouldn't weigh in on any opinion I render, but if you think I should, I'm happy to go to the bathroom while you do this. Glenn,
Okay, this.
Okay,
weigh in on this? Shall I?
you may proceed.
Thank you, just checking.
This has to do with landscaping in the A1A right-of-way. And I think Mr. Bodker is going to make a presentation.
Okay, so Mayor,
So we're all ears.
so Mayor, may I, before you proceed,
Oh.
just for the record?
Yes.
And for the people viewing on television, item 11B, resolution number 20-023 is being moved before item 10A. So that'll be 10A, 10 double A.
Thank you for keeping us straight, and anybody that's watching, let them know what we just did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. It's all yours, sir. You bet.
Stuart Olson Residence and J.H. Norman Construction. This is a residence that's being built at 2352 South Ocean Boulevard. We've been through the planning committee and gotten approval on our landscape plan. And today we're seeking your approval for the MMOA for the Department of Transportation, just on the right-of-way planting. That planting has been approved by DOT back in July 23rd. And I think that information, that approval was forwarded to you guys shortly thereafter. I think the only step remaining is for you guys to vote and approve this so that we can get a permit to go ahead and do this planting in the right-of-way. This is the landscape plan. This is A1A here, and the planting right here. This is your asphalt walking path there. I'll be glad to answer any questions regarding.
So this is situated, this is north-south right here.
Yeah, north is up on the plan. The only on the east side of the wall in the public right.
Gotcha.
And all of this has been through the DOT process and answered all their questions, received their approval. We just need you to approve it and send it back to DOT saying that we agree to take over the maintenance of this, which I believe you have standard language in place to do so.
May I just ask a question, just so I can get oriented here?
Sure.
I see where you're planting, then it's the sidewalk, then it's the grassy area, then it's A1A.
That's correct. Here,
Thank you.
it's open grass, walkway, planting area.
I have no. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead.
So swales of late have become near and dear to my heart, and especially on right-of-way issues. So my first thoughts are, what have you thought about and how would you include swale-like characteristics to avoid the kind of flooding that we see when there's major rainstorms?
I am the landscape architect for this, and so we have a civil engineer on board, so I'm sure that he's adhered to all requirements for grading on this property within the right-of-way and also within the property as far as drainage is concerned.
But
This
I
is a-
don't see on the graphic.
John, this has already passed through the planning board.
Yeah, I know. One of the issues we have is that how much thinking we give to swales or, again, drainage, especially between the sidewalk and the road. It is well, we're going to deal with it in the right of way, I can tell you that, ordinance. And you're in a position where you can be ahead of the problem, not create part of the problem.
Right.
Is all I'm suggesting.
I'm totally with you. I'm hoping the planning board dealt with that when they approved the
I
bill.
just haven't seen it.
Is this a recent build?
Right now, you
So-
got walls up.
Can you tell us about how long ago did you go to the planning board for the build?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure, if it was that recent, I'm sure the planning board was deeply involved in runoff.
Yeah, we maintain our own stormwater. We've got a whole on-site engineered and inspected and approved by the town storm drain system on the site. So
Excellent.
everything on the site is controlled on the site. What happens out between the sidewalk and A1A is.
There you go.
this is
Yeah,
what it is.
that's not you.
That's the problem.
That's not running from our site down, it's running from A1A, just like any other property.
Any other question? Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Meg?
Yeah, I believe this is a photo that we've been provided. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Well,
that was in the
my
package.
question is, it looks like there is no grass or any kind of plantings between the sidewalk and the roadway. It looks like it's just gravel.
Right now, yes.
And so are you reinstalling something if you removed it there, or what's the status of that? That's what we're asking, because if I could just follow up on what,
Yeah, the grass will
Commissioner
be
John is
installed.
pardon?
Yes, the grass will be installed.
You're installing,
Reinstalled,
okay.
construction parkings.
All right, our question is following up on Commissioner Shoemaker. In this town, we have excessive flooding and heavy rains due to swales having been filled in for the last 30 years, rather than providing a bit of a dip in the swale, which used to be there along A1A on both sides of the road. And so I'm wondering, because you will be actually re-landscaping that swale, will you be allowing for a dip in the elevation to allow the accumulating water to lay in there? Are you filling it? I mean, what's the status of that portion? That's what we're looking for, so that we don't have to come back to you in a year and say, oh, you filled in the swale too much, without any kind of a French drain or drainage. That's sort of a future project of ours that we discussed here. So we're looking to save you the trouble in a year if we discuss it today. That's where Commissioner Shoemaker is going on this. Thank you.
And just to reinforce that, again, we know that if you start to have a drainage problem, because it's obvious if you've driven on A1A after a rainstorm, the water's going to collect there. And what will eventually happen is it'll sink the property a bit, it'll crack the pavement. The pavers on your driveway will then start to loosen, and you have potential issues with, the foliage rotting or whatever. That water is going to go somewhere, and putting in a China drain or a French drain with rocks, you're in this site now where it's easy to do, and it'll prevent major expense going forward when you run into these problems, because we see it over and over and over. Don't make the same mistake.
Okay, Marshall.
What I would
comment.
suggest, similar to what was done when the Benjamin property across the street came in, I believe you're the architect there too. You can place conditions on your approval. So you can say something to the effect, it's approved contingent upon them submitting a quick drainage plan to the building official for review and approval. Then we'll make sure it gets included, because you're right, some of the plans seem a little silent on it. I don't have the construction plans here with us today. So if it's already in the construction plans for there to be some type of swale, French drain, infiltration basin, something like that, we'll catch it. But if you put that condition on it, it requires them to submit something, and there's that clarification that'll have to be done, and it doesn't slow the process down.
And the only reason we're hesitant to agree to that is that we didn't grade the swale when this project started. It was already in existence. But for us to agree and say that we will create a swale there will require DOT work. The DOT is not going to allow us to come regrade their swale. We don't own that property.
Let alone any kind of French drain or anything in there. It's not that my client won't do it. It's just it's DOT territory, and that's not something they want any individual homeowner.
No.
Like
Oh, no.
I developed Ocean Cove, I developed Ocean Grand in this community. I've been in this community for
We
15 years, and you just kind of get a feel for what you can do on A1A and what you can't.
We've been dealing with FDOT and
Right.
flooding, and what they're telling us is that a lot of it is, we have to deal with it ourselves. They will
Exactly.
fix certain of the areas. So what we are trying to do is prevent a problem,
I totally
because I will tell you, we will come back at you
Right.
if there's flooding, and you're gonna have to dig everything up.
And if my client knew today was $1 or $5,000 and he had to put in a kitty or do the work, he'd say, Jeff, do it. But the problem is DOT's gonna say, you are
No,
not gonna.
if they're
Okay,
gonna be
all
okay
right.
with it.
Can I,
They are not gonna complain
No,
about it.
and that's, so we're kind of.
okay, let's settle down. Let's partner on this.
Sure,
okay.
absolutely.
Because we're all going to win.
You bet.
Okay. Clearly, we're going to approve the, what is it,
The-
4 or 5 plants that you're going
Right.
to put in there. It's not the issue. But you'll win, and the town and your neighbors are all going to win by either putting in a French drain or a swale or whatever to take care of the water runoff, because that's going to happen. And just as John was saying, long term, it's going to do damage to your brand new build. And we don't want that to happen to you, and you don't want that to happen. So we'll deal with FDOT on your behalf and we'll get you whatever clearances we need to get you. If you agree to take care of putting in whatever the appropriate swale is, so everybody wins.
And that would be before we close out the permit on the house. That's probably 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, whenever the appropriate timing is. We're not telling you to do it tomorrow. You do it at whatever is appropriate timing.
So I guess my only question then would be, we're in the final phase of construction and we're going to be done and out of there probably in 3 or 4 months. So I can speak for the owner of the property. On this case, I'm not the owner, that he'd be happy to do whatever the DOT and the town deems right, you know, in addition to this. But once we done and we close up our trucks and go away, you know, I don't think he wants to hire me back to do the swale 9 months from now. That's all. If it's during the construction process before we finalize it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what we're asking. As you rake all that gravel for the parking out, put a swale in, or if you want to do an infiltration basin, a submerged French drain that improves that infiltration and I'm not talking a ditch. You know, we're not talking something with a
Yeah,
1-on-2 drop
these
or
are not
anything.
terribly costly things.
It's just
And
a professional
your people are
grading of
there,
the area of the grass.
knock it off quickly.
And you can use the gravel that you already have.
Right.
Makes it easier.
And it's a win-win. And we'll get FDOT to get whatever clearance needs to be done. I mean, he knows the people there.
Okay.
Okay, sir, just for
Okay.
the record, could you please state your name?
Jeff Norman, J.H. Norman Construction Co.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody happy?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, thank you for coming in. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank
you guys will go ahead and approve this and forward it back to DOT. It has to come directly from you and be sent back to DOT. It doesn't go back into our hands. So
Yeah, Marshall will take care of it.
Yep, once we get it, we'll get it formed up, get it signed by all the necessary parties. I'm seeing that there's some level of basic condition that we, Jeff and you would meet out on the site, the three of you, and work out the drainage improvement or swaling or depressional grading on the property. We're good to go.
But this is not conditional on, again,
We're not going to tie it in, insert it into the agreement that FDOT is going to sign off on. It's going to be basically for us to do it, you're agreeing to do this. So in essence, it will be tied to your construction plan, but it's easy. We're not asking for, total reconstruction, absolute regrading of the plan. And it may be a chance that you've already contemplated, the civil already contemplated it on the plan. I just don't have those with us. So
yeah, he did, I can tell you he did not.
not on
because
the AO&A front. Okay.
We've even had pushback from DOT, as you may know, that if you cut a swale in there, then it's a hazard to traffic for people pulling off at night. So I've dealt with it all. So we just stay away from their territory. If you can cut a deal with them and we need to meet out there and cut a swale and put some rock, we're happy to do that. I just don't want to hold up this any more than we have to.
We agree.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Everything's on schedule.
No,
We'll
put
just
the-
do some
put the
drainage.
plants
We'll
in.
take care of FDOT.
Go on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're
Because
na-
FDOT told us to put in swales.
This is a friendly town. You're our neighbors. Come on, we're going to work
Sounds
together.
good. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay.
So is there a motion? I need a motion
Okay,
on
so
the
we need a
floor.
motion to accept this.
Are we accepting it
You need-
subject to?
Yes, you
This
need a
is
motion to
item-
approve resolution number 20-023.
Subject to the drainage? Because I think we need to have it in there.
So I think what we're saying is, this is a motion to approve resolution 2023, as noted here, with the provision that some cooperative effort is made for drainage between the property and A1A.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That'll work. Ingrid's taking copious notes. We'll make sure Jeff knows it. You could say a drainage improvement plan. It could be a hand sketch, something that goes with it. But we,
Accompanied by a drainage improvement plan.
Done.
Anybody second it?
Second.
I second.
You second and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Moving on,
On
we'll write it
to-
alone.
We'll move on to water and wastewater systems unless we need a break. No? Okay, move forward. Did you say yes? I'm sorry. You're good. Okay. Mark and Robert, good afternoon.
Hello. Can you all hear me? You can? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. No problem at all.
Good. Sorry about my background. I don't know how to change it. It was from another presentation. We're not hazing. That's pretty bad.
Go fishing.
Yeah, I'd like to. Something I really like to do.
What page are we on here?
Well, it's not.
It's
just a
it's
handout.
this, what
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just handed
I
out.
didn't, I thought there might be
No,
something.
no,
else.
it's not. I brought stuff from
I thought-
last week,
I'm not
2 weeks
losing it
ago
after.
or whenever.
Okay, we've reached an uncomfortable silence. So I'm going to turn this to Robert and Mark to walk
I'm
us through
sorry,
their
we're getting our papers
presentation to map out the changes that they've made in the system per our directive to look at broadening the usage bands within the tiers and what that meant to the overall model to ensure we've generated appropriate revenue, done a job of maintaining some equity in the overall system, meaning usage to revenues and the like. So with that, I will turn that over to Robert, who's joining us from the middle of the Everglades.
Yeah, sorry about that. First of all, I want to thank y'all for pushing our presentation back. I had a doctor appointment today that I just couldn't get out of, so I do appreciate y'all being patient with us today. That was great. I'd like to do the next, several minutes is talk about some of the changes made to the rate design, as Marshall mentioned. We present our findings, observations, and whatnot, and answer any questions that you all may have relative to the rate design. Mark, if I missed something, please jump in. We're going through it. Next slide, please. Basically, what we did, we looked at both water and wastewater. We went back and looked at the allocation of fixed versus variable expenses again, made some minor tweaks. For water, we used what's called the base extra capacity method. It's a method that's also identified in the M1 manual by American Water Works Association. It looks at peak relationships. The demands were based on the monthly operating reports or MORs filed with the DEP regarding your finished water demands. And we looked at those relationships and allocated costs between fixed and variable and made some slight adjustments to the rate as well as changing the blocks. Wastewater, as we mentioned in the past, I just wanted to mention it again here. The volumetric costs and the wastewater rates is really the purchases from your wholesale treatment provider, and the remaining costs essentially being considered as fixed, the base charge, try to get that base charge up as much as possible. We did expand the tiers from 20,000 gallons, which we call our initial presentation, our initial design, to 30,000 gallons per block. I understand it's the recommendation you all want to see at this point in time. So we've done that. Each block was expanded by the 30,000 to 30,000 gallons. Since we did adjust the first block for water, we also adjusted the bi-monthly billing cap for sewer from 20,000 gallons to 30,000 gallons under the premise of an indoor use type of concept. This cap, again, only applies to the residential customer classes, which primarily all your customers, but commercial would not receive a cap. This is a cap of 30,000 gallons per unit. Again, based on the first tier of water use. Those are the primary adjustments we made. Next slide, please. Just to give you all a reminder, these are the current rates in effect as of today, fiscal 21 now. As you recall, you have the flat water rate per unit, $34.60. And then you have your volumetric rates, single family, commercial, having the same structure, 0 to 19, 19 to 49, and 49,000 above, with what's called an inclining block rate. As you go to the additional tiers, the rate rises, inclining. Multifamily has a reduced block structure, but also has a different rate for the second block, which is interesting, which, as you know, we've talked in the past about making these all consistent on a per equivalent residential unit basis, which I think is correct. Wastewater, again, the flat charge per unit with no flow charge. Next slide, please. These are the proposed, the rate gives you a comparison of the rates, current rate structure, the initial rate structure, and the revised rate structure. The initial rate structure, it has the green letters in it. That's what we presented last time we all spoke together. And the revised rate structure is, what is being recommended with the changes we just went through. Sorry, the slide's a little busy, but you can see for water, which is this is water, the top half, you can see the blocks went from 0.20 to 0.30. You can see the rates as they are. We adjusted the curve a little bit. Some of the challenges we had as we were doing this rate design, obviously, as you can imagine, if you expand the block from 20,000 gallons to 30,000 gallons at first block, there's more gallons at the lower usage level, which means we needed to add more dollars in cost to the other blocks. So that was one of the challenges we had. And you can see how that relates, how these blocks relate to the initial rate structure. The first block, we tried to keep as much as the same as possible. We did have to tweak it up a few pennies. They wanted to make sure that average rate increase for the first block was maintained. And then you can see what we did. One thing we haven't really talked too much about, but we do have irrigation rates. They're basically the same as the water rates, but the last three tiers, the Water Management District likes this. The reason why we want to show this to you, to the extent if a customer wants to install an irrigation meter because of the new wastewater rates being volumetric, you'll have the provision to capture costs and make sure that your rates are still recovering the overall cost of providing service. So I did want to mention we have an irrigation rate structure for individually metered irrigation, basically the same as the residential, except the first block, that indoor block, is eliminated. Kind of give you a feel. Again, you can see the block relationships at 30,000 versus 20,000. Next slide, please. For wastewater, the same structure. The primary difference you see is really on the volumetric side of this rate relationship. Instead of, I mentioned earlier, instead of going to 20,000 for the cap, it goes to 30 to keep consistency for the first tier of blocks. And but the rate for that, hold on a second, that rate actually dropped a little bit. Where's my mouse? Hold on a second. It actually dropped from $2.43 to $2.32. One of the reasons why that happened is because the amount of gallons that's in that cap actually went up. There's more billing units to recover costs from. As you can imagine, if you capped at 20, not capped at 30, if I use 30,000 gallons, there's an additional 10,000 gallons of bi-monthly service that a wastewater charge will be applied. So that rate actually dropped a little tiny bit. The flat charge went up slightly for some cost relationships and some changes in our cost allocation for fixed costs and whatnot. And so you can see, although the structure is the same, there is some slight changes in rate for your consideration. If I can go to the Excel spreadsheet, Mark, do you have anything to add to that at all, or?
No, I think that encompasses everything that we tried to do.
Okay, great. If we get the Excel spreadsheet, the result of these changes,
You probably want the next tab.
that's not the tab I want.
You want the statistical, this one?
Yeah, statistical. Actually,
You want to do the sample bills?
this is sample bills. I think that's all we really need to do. Y'all are familiar with this. This is the sample bills. We had a low user and an average user. and a high user for residential. And we also did it for multifamily, a small number of customers with a low number of units, and customers with more higher number of units to kind of give you a feel. How all these charts compare, if you look at them, the first column going from the left is the bi-monthly usage in gallons billed on a per unit basis. Here, residential is a single unit. The current 2021 would be the rates that are in effect as of today. The initial recommendation would be the resulting bills based on the rate design we talked a few weeks ago. And then the revised recommendation would be the rates that would result, the bills that would result from the rates that we just showed you a few minutes ago with the change in blocks, the slight change in fixed cost recovery, change in the wastewater cap, et cetera. And as you can see, for a low user, for water, the revised recommendations slightly increases the water bill, but the sewer bill actually is reduced. The primary reason for that, again, more billing units, that $2, that flow charge dropped a little bit, and that really helps the low end user. Overall, a low end user would get a slight reduction in their bill. Mark, if you're running it, it's the $93 you see there when compared to the rates from last time. Pretty consistent, pretty constant, slightly less. If you slide over to the average, you'll see their bills actually, they pretty much remain the same. The water rates do drop, which was one of the criteria you were looking for to try to reduce the water rates for those average user. The sewer rates do go up because of that increased block cap. And depending on where you fall on this average use, your rate may be lower or higher. Pretty much there's not a lot of change. As you can see on the total column, on the total item, the initial, I'm going to go through each month, the initial rate was about a 19% increase over the 21 rates. That dropped to 15%. That's a 56,000 user. If you use a little bit less, it was at 17% for the next one, and vice versa. And you can see they vary a little bit, some slight change. But if you're a higher user, just go into the Mark, if you could slide over a little bit, please. I got pictures in the way here. I can't see it. See.
You can move the pictures, Rob.
I'm trying to. I'll put them down here. There you go. You can see that the bills go up a little bit, and that was again some of the criteria I think that was requested was that if you use more, you should pay more. It's not a lot of an increase, but it is higher than before when you look at the total bill. Part of that reason, again, is the higher wastewater flows reaching the cap, as you can see in the middle part of that chart and whatnot. So we've shifted the rates. Lower end users, again, a little more of a break than before. The higher end users are paying a little more than before. And that is somewhat consistent on multifamily too. We can go through those very quickly if you'd like. This is the small unit. I'm sorry, that's better. Their average use, you can see on the far left column, is in that 4,000 to 5,000 gallon range per unit, which is a low user, essentially all indoor use. And you can see that when you look at the total, there's not a lot of change in that rate relationship from initial to revised. And part of that is due to the increased base charge relative to the reduction in the flow charge. So it's really not much change. But if you're the average user, there is a little bit of a break there. They do, the average guy, multifamily unit actually has a slight decrease compared to the prior rates. And if you're a high-end user, again, like the residential, over to the left mark all the way, you can see there the 31%, 29 compared to the prior initial rates. They're slightly higher. And this trend continues for all the basically the classes of customers. Again, water is adjusting, sewer is the main driver of the rate increase among the classes, as you all know. We can show them the other one if you'd like very, very quickly. Again, this one Mark is bringing up right now would be a large unit type of customer. If you can slide just a little bit, hold on a second. Can you slide just a little bit? I didn't want to see the units. Very bottom, Mark, please.
Just
Right there. There you go. There you go. You can see the 100 units, 300 units, and whatnot. Again, if you're in that lower tier, doesn't matter the size of the customer. It really depends on the use per unit of the customer. And the reason for that is the rates are really the same by unit, the same base charge and the same flow charge per unit. And the trends are the same as we talked for the residential and small unit multifamily when you compare the initial rate to the proposed rate. Again, the larger, the units with the most water, higher demands are paying more, and those with the lower demands are getting a little bit better of a rate reduction overall. I think, and if there's any questions, I'd like to just go back to the PowerPoint presentation. Slide number 8, please. There you go, great. This is the rate comparison. You all seen this in the past. The dark or the blue bar represent water rates. The red represents wastewater rates. The lighter blue, lighter red would be the town of Highland Beach's rates. We have both the 2020 rates and the rates that went into effect last October 1st. That's down to the bottom range there, as you can see, around $129 for the current rates. The proposed rates soon to go in effect April 1st is about right in the middle. This is for a combined bill, residential bill using 25,000 gallons per water per month. Bi-monthly, this would be a 50,000 gallon type user. And if you remember those comparisons we did in the bills, that residential average was around the 50,000 gallon range or so. This would be this type of customer. You can see with the proposed rates, you're still below the average. Those, and as we have talked in the past, these are prospective rates for you. These rates are going to be in effect if we accept this, in April. Many of these utilities are going to be having rate increases or enacting rate increases or evaluating rate increases that will raise their rates, as well as maintain the comparability of the town's rates to all the others. I don't see your position in terms of competitiveness change significantly. And granted, this is really just as a measure of comparison. We're not setting rates by where do we stand. It's always good just to see how we fare. That are we reasonable compared to those are charging? And basically, the proposed rates are right in the middle of the survey, which I thought was really good. With the implementation, this rate plan, we still maintain all the components of revenue requirement recovery. It allows us to fully fund the capital plan, including some of that wastewater collection piping rehab that was built into the rates. Although that cost has been reduced, we still have all those costs in there. I believe it promotes a favorable credit for the utility, allows you to issue debt if you need to be. It begins the transfer of debt repayment to the enterprise fund over approximately 5-year period and an even dollar amount. So that program is progressing. And it does, I think, promote a stronger fiscal position. You have improved revenue margins. And what that means that your revenues after the payment of your operations and maintenance expenses, that amount is called your revenue margin. That's will increase over time as we move forward after the initial use of cash for CIP. And that improves. We are developing an increasing R&R funding requirement for capital reinvestments. So we try to limit the amount of debt that may need to be issued in the future to large expenditures or unknowns that we may have. You still maintain a strong liquidity position, cash, operating reserves. As we mentioned earlier, your rates remain competitive. So we believe the rate structure plan, as you, I think that you wanted to see, is reasonable, supports the overall needs of the system, and moves you, I think, in the right direction relative to cost recovery and whatnot in equity. We would consider, if you agree with this, move forward with the rate resolution, which adopts a 5-year utility rate plan like you've done in the past, and implement the new water and wastewater rate structures as we discussed, with the primary change being wastewater moving to a volumetric rate. As always, you know, conditions could change, rate structures could change, costs could change. And as I know you all will do, you'll continue to monitor the financial aspects of utility, not only through the budgetary process, but just overall in general, as you look at this. And if there's any change in cost, change in customer attributes, just, you know, plan accordingly as you move forward. But we think that your plan's still a good one. And we think we've captured what you're looking for. And with that, I'd like to open up for any questions, comments, thoughts, or if you want me to go back and discuss something in a little bit more detail, I can. Whatever would be your pleasure.
Okay, start with John.
An awful lot to digest. And again, let me just confirm a couple of things, just to keep my head straight. Residential is a single family residence. Multifamily is 2 to 10 families in a building, served by 1 meter. Correct?
Yeah, it's multiple dwelling units served by 1 meter. That's correct.
And commercial is 1 meter. We only have 2 commercial, I think, that you think of in terms of Highland Beach. That would be the hotel and the town, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Would be a third one. What about the church? Manna from heaven. Okay. So one question I have, is it really fair for the hotel at the rate that you've picked here, or should they be separate? Because they're a unique kind of category, right? From church and town. We have one business, and that business is very active, and they use a lot of water. Should they be separate?
Well, I have seen seen hotels sometimes separate, not very often. Usually the general service class or non-residential class or commercial class is usually grouped together. And so I don't think they need to be separate. They are still developed, I think, based on number of units, applied equivalent residential unit calculation. So I think we're really okay. I don't think they need to be separate, although they are different users.
Okay, and I might argue that one, but I won't do that here.
Well, I remember, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
Yeah.
the hotel pays us a significant amount for their water.
Yes, they
because
do.
of each of the rooms. We can go back and
What
look
is
it
the
up. We have the number. They're paying for each of the rooms.
Each of the rooms are considered a unit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Each room's like an EDU.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Irrigation. This, you're saying, will the pricing apply for irrigation for those who have irrigation meters?
Yes, yeah, right now, you have no irrigation meters where you are an irrigation service right now. If a customer, because of the volumetric wastewater rates, says, you know, I want an irrigation meter, I don't want to pay sewer on everything, because I think as y'all realize, and I know you know this, that some of those, that water use out there for those, some of those master metered accounts, multifamily accounts, has irrigation, outdoor water use. And so we wanted to make sure that if they request an irrigation meter, if they request one, which we don't know if they will or not, I wanted to make sure you're covered, that you would be able to charge them an irrigation rate. And working with, talking with the South Florida Water Management District over the years, this irrigation, as you know, is more of an excessive use type of service. It's not essential like indoor use would be. And they want that service priced higher. So when you think about irrigation, in that if you've got a domestic meter, indoor meter, and then the irrigation meter, if you put those two together, you follow the same tiers. That's why the irrigation meter also starts at the second tier, not the first tier. One is to price it more at a excessive use type of service. But two is when you look at together, if I had an irrigation meter and you all did not, for example, then the bill essentially would be close to the same based on the volume basis. They're additive. So wanted to make sure if something happened, you were able to try to capture the cost.
So,
What you have done today.
Marshall, are we prepared to go forward and implement a metering for those who want irrigation?
We have about 40, 44, I wish Pat was here, 40, 44 irrigation meters. And some of them are on single family home properties, actually have irrigation meters. But again, they're paying the irrigation meter at a rate structure as though it's another rate. So they go up the tiers there. So they would now have, for those irrigation meters, once we've identified the 44, whatever process, if you move forward with an irrigation rate plan, those irrigation meters then would pay a base charge, as they do now. They pay a base charge, but they would start at tier two rather than tier one. So they were paying a little bit more for that commodity. I think at the end of the day, because if they just have one meter and you think the excess is irrigation, they're paying at rate. There's most people that are power users, as I would say, because of the irrigation size of their property, are probably starting to irrigate in tier 4 now. So they have an opportunity to get a little bit of a discount because they'll start at 2. Sure. At least they'll be able to get 30 to 60,000 gallons before they get to that, as this would say, $7.21. So there is some value to them if they're going to irrigate that much, and know that there is inherently some savings to go to a rate structure for them, because if it's just their 1 meter, you take all your indoor use, then you really think your irrigation is really starting at a higher point. So they get a little bit of a break, or the recognition that single families will irrigate if those have the meters, the bigger properties, if you will.
Okay.
Okay, so if you have an irrigation meter, you're getting 2 flat fees because it's 2 separate meters?
Right, 2 separate meters.
You do it today, yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything else right now.
Okay,
Go
we'll
to
come back
Peggy.
to you if you want.
Yeah.
Peggy? You have notes.
Yes, sir. I went back to the last meeting because I thought I misunderstood, but I went back to my notes and I thought we were starting the first tier at a much higher level at like 50 or 60.
No, we were at 20.
I know we went
And we
from 20
jumped
to
it to
30,
30.
but it was my understanding. Yes, Marshall? Yes. Hand is up. I'm really confused.
So
because
we
it's
had
not
a
what my
loose
notes said.
discussion that basically we were looking at opening the bands. So if you will, the feeling or perception of penalty for your average single family home user there's an expression that they felt that if you're all, outside of their use, you're already into tier 3 and you're an average user. So the sense of the penalization by moving through the tiers as quickly was problematic. So we looked at that and I suggested maybe a short step or we broaden that first band and then hit it and shorten the bands. So we were throwing out random ideas that, in the corner of that screen during that meeting, Robert was cringing, here and there, like you can't just do it so simplistically. So when they went back and evaluated, they basically looked at opening those bands up by 10,000 to still meet all of those revenue sufficiency needs. And then it kind of, as you saw it, there was in those sample bills, the average single family homeowner is benefiting on the water side by this recommendation, this what they call the revised recommendation, by opening up from 0 to 20 to 0 to 30, because really, if you think about it, that gets you to 60 in your first 2 steps before you're at 40. So there's 20,000 gallons of use before you really start getting to those elevated tier rates. So you saw that in those sample bills where it was, a reduction of 4.7% versus an increase of 12 on the water side. So when we went back and looked around, the ability to make it such a big leap or big jump wasn't there, because then we would really have to almost start from scratch in order to get the fixed fee cost for our fixed cost scenario. Because if you opened it up so much and everybody is fitting in that first tier, that rate would be so high that the model begins to significantly skew to an equity issue where one part of the user group, I'll say the condo group, would substantially be subsidizing the residential water uses because the rates would come up so high, it would be extremely disproportionate. I can't give you exact numbers, but if you were to do a band of 50,000 on that first tier, in order to maintain some equity, that rate would come up so much that it would start to really skew the model in that direction, where the condos would begin to show a significant increase in costs of the system beyond the usage, because the rate would have to be so much higher in that first block in order to generate, again, as we go through this whole conversation, because I know people will view now or view back home later, the increases. If I'm going to take a little sidebar on my conversation and opportunity here, so please bear with me. From the very initial original proposal, we've been tweaking it. Every time we tweak it, you're not talking a lot of dollars. Percentages may increase and whatnot, but the dollar changes aren't modifying much because we're a closed system. There's no growth left for us. There might be a golden city. It's not going to skew the model. It's not enough to skew the model. We're a closed system and we're pushing in an increase of costs to move that debt over. So the rates are going to go up for everybody because you're moving that amount of cash that needs into that debt service obligation. We're moving that over in the forecast period. Also, if we recall, this year we're operating in a subsidized format in our water and sewer system where we're taking revenues from each of those funds to prop up operations. So when we talk about this and continue these conversations, no matter how we tweak the rate structure to a point, we need to come up with more money to achieve the goals of not operating in a deficit and moving all of that debt service over. Those things are what are really pushing the rates up. So I just want to, as we have that conversation and we can talk about tweaks, at the end of the day, we still have to come up with a large number in a closed system to make this move. And at the end, I thought that the one chart I always like to look at is, even with this changes, when you look at a use compared to other communities, we're still below the average in this area for adjacent communities. Our water and sewer rates will still be, for most users, below average in the surrounding communities. So we're still trying to maintain that and stay in that ball game. It's just, it gets very complicated, because I did ask Rob and Mark, I said a short step. Can we just do a quick 0 to 10,000 at, $1.50, and then all of a sudden you start jumping up. But as they started looking at the model and how we have to generate a certain amount of revenues, this was more of a means to maintain that overall equity issue between the two use groups, which is the residential characteristic use and the condo use, so that it stayed as close as possible to, you know, if you use X percentage of the total finished water, how much you pay for the system should be somewhat matching that. And those were kind of the drivers. But again, the overall increase is we have a need for more, we need to generate more revenue to move that debt over, operate so we're not in a structural deficit. Those are what really pushes the cost up because we're doing it over that 5-year forecast period. It's a long answer, but I just want to, again, reframe that conversation that those that may be joining us online for the first time, why are we driving these rates up? Well, here's the underlying why all this is going up. It's not because we just want to generate revenue because we're not legally allowed to. We have to generate revenue to capture why, which is moving that debt over and not operating a structural deficit. I'm sorry.
Got it?
Sorry, a little longer.
Okay. I don't
The
understand.
short answer is it didn't work.
I don't understand if the residential average to what Robert here is around 50,000 gallons, then why do any single family homes or multiple family with 1 meter fall in the first tier? I couldn't find any. Therefore, the first tier is just about the condos, the big condos. I just don't understand how we're setting up the tiers. You might
Robert?
as well call it condo tier, multiple family tier, residential tier, because that's how it falls out.
Yeah, I'll let Robert
And I'm
respond
not
to that.
sure that's what we want to do in it.
There were certain customers that use less than 30,000 gallons per bi-monthly period. Part of the issue we were having is the greater you have, the amount of gallons you have in the first block, and I think this is where Marshall was also going, the least flexibility you have in the remainder of the rate is all your gallons in the first block, and we're trying to keep that block as low as possible. 276 that you see that you saw earlier in the presentation, and 50. I think it's like 30% of your flow is in that first block.
Percentage was that, sir, please?
I think it's around 30%. I'm trying to find that number. So
From 0 to 30, it's 34.6%.
34.6%. Okay.
For residential.
And at the first tier at 20, it was only 10%. Is that correct?
No, 27%.
27. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the reason why that may sound strange is if I've used 30,000, obviously that's obvious. All my flow is in the first block. But if I use, say, 50,000 gallons, my first 30 are also in the first block. So 34% of the total water use for the residential class is in that first block. Mark, what would be the second block?
From 30 to 60, it's 22%.
So over half your flow is in the first two blocks. Yes, there's still large users there. I don't disagree with you. So we're trying to keep the same structure, answer the question of revenue shift to the higher end, and maintain some sense of balance overall to what your existing structure is somewhat. And that's why we went here. I mean, the more you expand, the steeper the curve is going to be, curve being 421, 576, 731. And then also what's the relationship of indoor use relative to the sewer cap? And I thought it would still be good to somehow maintain a sewer cap equal to the first block relative to indoor use. I think that's the right message to give. 15,000 gallons is a pretty high sewer cap. But I felt that you still want to maintain that relationship and logic, that the first block, which generally relates to indoor use, would also relate to the sewer cap. So we were trying to balance all that together in a rate presentation to you. I mean, the thing is, we can have as many rate designs as ideas. We thought this addressed where we thought you were trying to go in your comments from the last meeting.
Okay, then the third tier, would that leave 44% of the town in the third tier?
The third tier, my guess is probably gonna be around 20%.
It's 20, from 60 to 90, it's about 20%. And then the last block is 23%.
So you're putting 43% in the top two tiers.
That's correct.
Well, my problem is you're asking us to basically split the town into a 60-40 and putting that 43% into an extremely high top two tiers. And when the average for certain multiple family, single metered townhomes, single family homes, when these people are conserving, how do you want them to conserve? To shut off water? I mean, you're talking, I couldn't find any homes of persons I know who I know their family size in the set of billing who would fall into the second tier. So you're basically just dividing the town. And I am not one for dividing the town. I don't.
That's not the intent of what we're trying to do.
No, I know, but that's what feedback I get. And that is the concern that I don't think our commission wants to be in a dividing position. And
these rates are these blocks, keep in mind, they're bi-monthly blocks. And 1,000 gallons, if you talk to the Water Management District, he wants to reduce consumption to 100 gallons per capita per day. This is much greater than 100 gallons per capita per day. And they want to target essential use. This is all irrigation demand at 90,000 gallons. It's not a separation. It's a pricing based on what the purpose of the water use, I think, is. And the direction last time was put more cost on the high-end users. And so I don't think I'm debating you. I get a little confused because if I don't, what you're really asking for is a single block.
Possibly. Well, how do you want people to conserve water? I don't know how you want.
Rain gauges, irrigation sensors on your yard, not running your irrigation demands as much as people do. We serve a lot of people in South Florida. If there's a brown spot, these people come and water their whole yard. I'm not saying that.
Right, but it's not 40% of the town.
Huh?
It's not 44% of the town wasting water, and that's what.
No, it's 44% of the flow in that class is at that higher usage level. I'm not saying it's 44% wasting water. 40% of your flows are 60.
That's all residential.
All residential only. Single family residential. 40% of your flow is 60,000 gallons and above. That's just what it is. If the commission feels that pricing is too much, we can collapse the blocks, but I'm going to have to probably raise the first block. And that goes against the average customer on water getting an average rate adjustment.
But what is the average customer? There's no such thing. I don't see that there's any such thing, to be very blunt.
And the average is simply the average. No, every customer is different. You have, and Mark, we can tell you how many we see that are out there in terms of, I mean, every month. I mean, if we go back to the bills again, real quick, if Mark, you can.
I don't have control, but like if you looked at like our revenue model that, and take all the flows and divide it by the customers, by the residential customer accounts or units, you would get about 25 or 26,000 gallons per month would be the average user.
If you could slide up, please, to the first set of charts there for a second.
And that is what the middle one represents.
Right, that's the one to the left. No, you're fine where you were. Slide back. Yep. We called that the average. And the one in the middle, about 50,000 gallons every month. And you can see that they got a slight decrease from the initial rates before. But because we shifted gallons on the first block, the sewer rates went up. But yet this customer, which this customer actually got a slight benefit. And that was the direction we were asked, I thought, last time to go. If you're, again, if the concern is we're pricing the high-end users with irrigation water, which is considered to be non-discretionary, discretionary, and not essential use by the water management district, then the higher the price, the better it is, because you're trying to dictate water use by price incentives. If that is not where you want to be now, then we'll need to raise the lower block and lower the top block, because you only have so many gallons. And that average user there that you see in the middle, that water rate will go up, and the low end user will go up at the benefit of the high end user.
I have a couple questions concerning that.
Okay.
Why would the Water Management District consider irrigation non-essential?
Because it's not needed to live.
Gravel?
It's not needed. It's not needed to live. So
would that not be promoting
essential use? It's not indoor use. I'm sorry?
Would that not be promoting use of artificial grass and mulch and gravel instead of lawns? I mean, do they want us not to have lawns and trees in town?
I can't tell you what they're trying to get. All I can tell you is they're trying, through their conservation pricing, and what's required in generally in your permit to run a plant, is they want you to have an irrigation, a conservation-based rate to promote water conservation, to limit the amount of water use for non-essential, that's for non-essential purposes. They would, I say they want gravel. I understand that.
It makes sense.
But that's, I'm not the water management district. I just know what they're saying. I mean, I don't know personally. I wouldn't want gravel yards personally.
Another question, sir, do other water management districts in the state have the same tiered system? For example,
Yes.
County, Hillsborough County, they have a very strong irrigation demand schedule, which we used to have 10 years ago. We used to have alternate sides of the street twice a week. They have these, and they're strictly enforced in Hillsborough and Polk counties.
Yes, they do. That is absolutely correct. They have, not only they have stringent irrigation demands, they have per capita demands they're trying to achieve. I think it's 115 gallons per capita. Don't quote me. It keeps going down. And they also have, like South Florida does, they do institute water use restrictions in periods of drought, which you all have that happen to you as well. Right. But they have all that, and they're very strict about this. In fact, they want more cost recovery in the flow charge and the base charge to promote a conservation incentive in Southwest Florida Water Management District. That's what they like to see. They don't mandate it because they don't set rates, but that's been their policies. And I've seen the study that Dr. John Whitcomb did many years ago regarding that, and they've adopted that and still utilize that. But that being said, the districts are very, very stringent on water use. Obviously, you know, and you need to have a conservation-based rate. That being said, I mean, if $7 became $6, it's still a conservation-based rate. Don't misunderstand me. You have a conservation community rate structure. The directive, I thought, was a more cost on the higher end user to promote a higher degree of conservation and recover costs because they utilize a lot more. But the goal is not to try to split the city. That's not what we're trying.
Well, what happens, sir, is a lot of condo residents don't even see their bills because they're paid for by the management rolled into their fees, whereas multiple family home, townhomes, houses do. And so, of course, when you hear of a rate study, the people who see their bills are speaking up, and the people who don't see their bills and don't know, they're not speaking up as much. So, I think we need to have a spirit of unity in our town, and I think we all agree to that. But when we get into this sort of a thing, it appears that we're not. And, then they say, well, the condos have car washes and they have pool decks and outdoor showers and marinas and boats with hoses. I mean, that's true. You can't say that just townhomes and homes should be.
Keep in mind, the multifamily class per 1,000 gallons is paying the highest rate.
I know, but that's the perception that's out there in our town, and it's troubling.
But the outcome then is raise the rate to multifamily when they're already paying the highest rate. I've had to stand before, Century Village before in Deerfield Beach with hundreds and hundreds of multifamily customers. They did not get their bill and they came out in force. And I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I guess where I'm coming from is this class is already paying higher on a per average basis than the single family class, even with the tiered structure. And they're in the lower block, but because you have a higher base charge per unit, they are paying a higher amount relative to the other classes on average for the whole class itself. Some are less, some are more. I understand that. So that's even the same and on sewer, residential, multifamily under the revised recommendations are almost the same, which is perfect.
Well, I have another question. A resident copied all of us, but put together a full page, which I guess Mr. Liberty can get to you.
Okay.
And the larger condos pay a substantial difference than the smaller condos. And so we don't understand how that's factored in. It seems like everybody should move to a large condo to pay the same amount of money in town.
That's not true.
Well, that's what people are saying.
Well, it's all based on the units. If you're a large condo and you use the exact same flow as me in a small condo, I have 10 units, you have 100 units, you use 5,000 gallons, I use 5,000 gallons, that bill per unit is identical. Identical. Doesn't matter how big you are. It matters how much water you use per unit. So if you're in a large condo with 20,000 gallons per unit, and I'm in a small condo with 10, you are going to pay more because you're using more. That's exactly right. And if they're saying that, they're exactly right because their demands are higher. But if the costs are exactly the same, they're going to pay the exact same rate. That is a fact.
Are there any other industries of this sort which charge the more you use, the more you pay, like gasoline and milk doesn't?
Well, that's a commodity. That doesn't even relate to this.
Well, that's what people.
Gasoline does not relate to an essential use to live on called water, and it's not regulated by a district. It's not the same thing.
Well, we don't.
Water's $1.50 per 12 ounces. You're paying. This is 10 cents for 12 ounces. I mean, I wouldn't go there because it's not really a fair comparison.
Okay, that's your opinion, and others.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I know.
Okay, just have a couple comments.
Sure.
If other municipalities, I think you named 15 of them, have a uniform rate structure, why would we not want to consider one? What would be your opinion on that?
Well, I don't know the 15. I don't know where that 15 uniform rate structure came from. You didn't have a uniform rate structure before.
And we did a long time ago.
Well, okay. I wasn't aware if it was a long time ago. Sorry. The last 5-10 years, you haven't had a uniform rate structure, number one. Number two is generally my experience has been for to have a consumptive use permit, the South Florida Water Management District generally requires a conservation-based rate, and a uniform structure is not a conservation-based rate. You are doing something different in this study than you did in all the others. And that is you're going volumetric on wastewater. I would argue for you being the town, that a volumetric wastewater does provide a conservation incentive. I really believe it does. Why? The more you use that has a sewer rate attached to it, the more you're paying. So that is something different than you have yesterday from what you may have tomorrow.
But what about irrigation? It just filters back into the aquifer, into the waterways. If you use water for irrigation, which puts us in a different level, then that isn't a
Irrigation, most of that irrigation water does not go in the aquifer,
where does it go?
into the grass.
And then where?
It gets mowed. I don't know what happens. It's not going deep discharge into the aquifer as I understand it. If you deepen the water, or if you do something else, it would be a buffer for saline. If you put too much water on the ground and it's going into the aquifer, the water management district's not going to like you doing that because you're using too much water to irrigate.
I understand. I'm just saying it isn't flushed through the sewer system. It's evaporated or.
That's correct. That is definitely correct. That irrigation water does not go to the sewer system. I will definitely agree on that.
All right, well, I just wanted to make a couple more comments and I'll move on. I don't think that everyone agrees with the more you use, the more you pay. I also wonder if, depending on our sewer relinings, if we don't need the entire 6 million, can any of those funds be?
No, I don't think we did 6 million.
No, we reduced it to 1.5 million.
Yeah.
We already did that reduction.
We did.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's already included.
And
Yes.
I want to say that I don't think residents knowingly waste water. I think if they have a leak, that's an unknown problem. There, we do have a method of challenging a bill that's out of line, but I don't think anyone wakes up and knowingly wastes water. I think if you select to live not in a certain type of residence which pays in the lower tier, that the people should not be taxed. And I think we need to have a very vigilant, all-encompassing attitude on this and not just feel that the tiers are taxing a certain percentage of people.
Well, can I address that for 1 second? Because I'm sorry, but how we set these tiers, number one, the pricing for the tiers, excuse me. You have a certain level of service that's been assumed in your customers being served. I think we use 350 gallons per day, which is the typical flow allowed by DEP. Most utilities aren't even near 350 anymore. Most are in the 250, some are 300. Yeah, there is some at 350. I'm not gonna say there's not. I have some at 200 gallons per day. That's what I mean by that. What's the level of service per single family residence? You're different. You're a coastal community. You have higher demands. We use 350. If I'm using 40,000 gallons a month versus 10,000 gallons a month, I'm using more than my allocated capacity based on a permitted relationship. And what we did the price to tiers, and we said if you went past that first tier of 30,000 gallons per quarter, per bi-monthly period, that you'd recover basically another base charge. Yet you're kind of worth 2 customers, not 1. We're trying to price it based on your use. That's how these blocks went. If you went beyond that, we looked at amortization of an impact fee. If you're constantly there, then technically, you're twice the customer that Rob is, or Mark is, or Marshall is, and you should pay that. That's the way we priced it. We just didn't want to make up numbers and percentages. We tried to price it based on your blocks just to let you know how that works. And it's not a tax. It's a use of a commodity priced together. We're not trying to tax anybody because these dollars are allocated to a specific purpose. It's not used for the general. So it's a little different. And
Understand.
It's special need and purpose, and that's what we're trying to do, knowing we have a regulation out there for pricing.
Understand.
I didn't have that personally.
Well, let's leave it at the tiers don't appear very popular unless you're in the first tier at all. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, on to Greg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert. And
Thank
Mark,
you, Vice Mayor.
appreciate the time. I have a bunch of questions for you, more nuancy questions.
Okay.
I apologize. I only had a little bit of time to go through all this because we got it a little late. I know with the holidays, but the first one's just a passing comment, and I don't blame you for getting a little frustrated with us because it seems like, you know, we're biting our tail a lot on all of this.
That's
But,
okay. I
but,
understand.
It's never a good answer to say, well, you didn't have it before, so don't have it now. It's the old story of the Oakland A's, right? If we weren't already doing it this way, isn't this the way we would start? Right? They were the only team that said, hey, let's look at it with a fresh way and not what was going on in the past. And that's what brought them the championship.
Yep, you're right.
But I have just a few general questions.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, I keep asking this, but I'm just super thick. So the blocks that's for amount of water, not per month, but for your 2-month billing period, right?
That's
So
correct.
for an average residential user, there was 50,000 for a 2-month period, but the block is the equivalent of almost like what they would have for a 1-month period. Is that correct?
Well, slightly more than 1 month, but yes, it's less than
Got it.
pure average.
Got it. Got it.
We wanted to make sure we looked at the 50% in the first 2 blocks.
Yep.
On how much flow we have, but that observation is correct.
Got it. I just want to make sure I was reading everything the right way.
You are.
So the average user for their residential, where it's like 50,000, that's their use for 2 months combined.
Yeah, that's a pure average.
Got it.
Take the total flow divided by the customers.
Great.
You're absolutely right.
And Commissioner Gossett-Stephen was just saying it, hey, we asked for a first block of 0 to 50,000 because they were averaging 25,000 a month. And your answer was, look, we can't do that. The 0 to 50,000 just doesn't work.
It's tough. It's very tough.
Which then brings me to, I was fooling around with your spreadsheet a little bit, and I want to learn from you a bit on this. So looking at your 2021 rates, 276 to 421 to 576 to 731. So I first looked at them as percentage changes. And then I figured that's probably not the way you're looking at it. You were probably looking at on some sort of dollar change. Because I guess percentage change from block 1 to block 2 is 52%. From block 2 to block 3 is 37%. So it's a decreasing percentage. And from block 3 to block 4 is 27%.
That's correct.
But then I said, okay, but from block 1 to block 2, they increased it $1.45.
Right.
Block 2 to block 3, $1.55. So it increases a little bit more. And block 3 to block 4, $1.55.
That's correct.
And then I said, okay, well, wait, I think we might have gotten our wires crossed somehow, because the 2 things we asked you for, and this sort of inches us there towards where we were going, but it doesn't get us to what we asked for. What we asked for was a wider first block, 0 to 50, which you explained why that doesn't work. But we also asked for a very much acceleration in the blocks. So I'll give you an example. Starting at 276 like you did, and then going from 276 to 401, $1.25 increase. So if you go to block 2, it's a smaller hit. And then when you go from 2 to 3, it's a $2.50 increase. So you go from 401 to 651. And then if you go from block 3 to block 4, it's like a $3.75 increase. So like 651 to 1026. So what we're basically saying is if you're a power user and you don't want to conserve, you're going to pay, and you're going to pay handsomely. And we're not moving these blocks up linear from block 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. We're moving it up on a non-linear fashion. It's not necessarily exponential, but it's a accelerating fashion. That's what we were asking for, because as you just said, 44% of the people are in block 3 and block 4. Why are we giving them such a small percentage increase? Like, we're almost incentivizing them to use extra water. We're almost saying, hey, yeah, you know what? At that point, you're so far beyond in the blocks, and we're only gonna hit you a little more each tier you go into. I would think South Florida Water Management District would love to see it the other way, which is each block you go up, the dollar change grows and the percentage change gets to be pretty hefty, right? The percentage change would almost increase each time, not quite, but pretty close. And now you're saying to a power user, hey, you're using 90,000 gallons of water for a 2-month period. It's pretty easy for us to help you find a way to save 20,000 gallons, opposed to the person who's using 30,000 gallons in a period. You can't get them to save 20,000. You can get them to save 1 or 2. So that's what I thought we asked for. Tell me why that doesn't work.
Okay. First of all, the 276, let me try to walk through a little bit.
I was okay with the 276 to start. I was.
Yeah, that was basically the average increase, 10.5% to the existing rate. And then we rounded it, I think, 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even debating that. I was.
Yeah, I know. I just want
your jumps from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4.
Yeah, I get it. I just want to start there first to let the commissioners know what we did. And the second block, as I recall, we looked at the base charge and amortized the base charge over 30,000 gallons, as I remember right, Mark, if I'm wrong, and got about I can't remember the number, it was like less than $1.45 or so. And then we raised the rate for the impact fee amortization, and I kept the last block the same as the other block. Yes, they don't go up linearly, $1.40, $1.80, $2. And the reason why I didn't do that is I really thought that as we priced these blocks based on no dollars to some degree, that last block, I just simply took the difference. I thought $7 was so much higher than your existing block, I believe at $5.70.
Yeah, 530.
$5.30. I thought that was quite an incentive. That gets back to our my conversation with the other commissioner, is where's that tail end block? Yes, we could make it much more steep, as I think what you're suggesting.
Well, that's what I thought we asked for.
Yeah, well, I thought we got there, because I talked to the staff and I thought this is where you wanted to go. If it's 0 to 50, then it will result in a steeper curve. That will definitely happen. We felt that that met the goals and what you're trying to look for. And we expanded all the blocks to 30,000 gallons to get there. And I thought a $2 increase per thousand, the last block was pretty significant, recognizing they're also getting a wastewater flow charge they weren't getting before, which puts more emphasis on the larger users as well.
But again, you're in a way, and you're not, but it almost can be a little bit absurd, but it almost sounds like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, right? Because, well, we really want conservation. Our Select Board of Water Managers really wants conservation. And hey, by the way, these power users, well, we don't really want to move the rate up too much on them because, it's going to look pretty onerous versus what they have now. Our point was, when we were asking for this is, hey, let's show those power users, you want to get out of the power user point. Like you want to get out of that block if you can. And that really does promote conservation. You can get 5 or 10 power users to drop their water by 10 or 20,000 gallons. That's a big difference versus 1,000 other residents saving a little bit. So I was just curious if it works or not.
Well, my thought was,
mathematically. I don't mean socially. I mean mathematically.
Yeah, well, mathematically, it could work. I mean, when I looked at this and saw that the existing ratepayer with the new rates that went in effect a month or so, 2 months ago, or a month ago, 2 months ago, I guess now, was $5.30, and it's going up almost 40%, $2 a thousand. I thought that was a pretty big jump for that power user. I think you call it power user, I think, or that large user. And even the third block was still higher than that guy, the block from last time as well. So I thought that we were achieving the goal you were looking for, yet the same token, not going so far on the ended users to encourage any other behavioral use, like the lawns and whatnot. I thought that was a pretty good place to be starting off, knowing that this rate and this relationship is going to grow over time as you increase the rates. This is the first year, of course, it's going to get this range is going to broaden over time. So I thought that was a good starting point. Way of example, Vice Mayor, if the rates increase another 20%, let's say the next 5 years, I'm just making that number up right now.
Yeah.
You know, and I take seventh and you apply it uniformly across the board, which I'd probably recommend, that would become an $8.77, excuse me, $8.77 rates per thousand in that fourth or fifth year, let's say. I thought that's the track that the town wanted to go. And so I thought the starting place was kind of met all the goals, and
Yeah.
hopefully I got it right, and I may not have.
Yeah, well, look, there is no right answer, right? It's just whatever answer we kind of all choose in the end.
It's kind of hard because we have different rules of thought between everybody. And so I'm trying to get there as best as I can.
But I agree with what I think Commissioner Gassasad was saying, which is, listen, you got to hit the block 4 and block 3 harder and pass that to a little more savings in block 2. Because if you're in block 1 or block 2, whether you're in your condo or single family or whatever, look, you're probably not a super abuser. So let's not divide the town, I think, as she said, or something like that. Those people should get more of the benefit. The block 3 and the block 4s are the ones who really should be hit. More than what I think.
About it, but if you think about it, right now, block 1 today is 19,000 gallons. We went to 30. We added 11,000 more gallons at that lower rate with the 10% increase. If you look at where you are today, 19,049, I'm on slide number 5, if you by chance have it. That rate's 431. We're actually lowering that rate all the way to 60,000 gallons.
Right, but that's a dubious analysis. You can't do that because you're also changing rates. You're also adding sewer. You're also adding a whole bunch of other stuff. So you can't say, hey, look, I went from 19,000 to 100,000 gallons. You've changed the entire rate structure. It's a three-dimensional type of exercise. So you can't say, well, look, I changed one dimension of the exercise. Look what I did for you. No, look, it's all of it in totality.
Right, I understand that, but keep in mind that when you say lowering the first block, we lowered the first block from what you're paying today and expanded the block range. And I understand you got all these forces affecting it. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Yes. It makes it so difficult.
But it's very difficult. But I thought we tried to give that break with the expansion and the rate lowering to what you're paying today. And so, I mean, if we want to lower the first block, see, I just got the impression that the issue is the last block is too high from the prior discussion, and that if we're going to raise it, we're going to separate the town even more. If there's an issue with that. That's how I read that conversation. I may be wrong.
Yeah, and that's our fault, not yours, because what we should have done is we should have sat down and said, okay, these are the blocks we want you to run, and these are the dollar prices we want you to run. Tell us if it works. Because I don't think you were actually still, maybe you weren't still on in our last part of our commission conversation, but we were talking about really accelerating it into the upper blocks.
Okay, then I may not have heard it, or I was off. I don't know if that's.
So at any rate, that's all I have to say on the blocks. Is I'd much rather see.
You want to see this, not this.
Yeah. 276, 401, 651, 1026. They're your rates, right? To go up $1.25, 250, and 375, and maybe that's a little bit too much. You probably won't even need that for what you're getting in that top block. So maybe it's, who knows.
Well, we'll probably want to put some price elasticity in there, obviously, even more.
But at any rate, I think you understand the premise of what.
No, I do. I know where you're going. I understand. Vice Mayor.
That's my comments on the blocks. And then, so sewer, you increased from 20,000 to 30,000. I understand why you did that. You're saying, hey, look, let's just match the first block, right?
Go back a minute, Greg.
Yep.
Right now, the high-end user has an increase of between 27 and 30 something percent. I think it's 31%.
Mm-hmm.
You want them to be more like 35% increase?
Or 40%. Or if you're in the top block, if you're Robert's telling us that 350 gallons a day is a normal usage. Your top block is using 1,500 gallons a day.
Yeah, I know they are. They're using a lot. But you gotta remember, the direction that I had given him is I didn't want to see 40%. Thought that was too much coming out of the
Okay,
gate.
so then that's different than what we discussed in the commission meeting, because we were talking about accelerating it and taking a lot of the revenues from the upper blocks.
Yeah, we did. We didn't give him, though, a maximum. You know, we just said hit them.
Right.
To begin with, we're talking about 2% of the population here. So that's all we're
Well, we're
focused.
talking about 25% of the revenues. According to Robert, they just said it. Block 4 is 24, 25%. What did you say?
25% of the flow.
Flows.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry. I
flow,
thought it was the
not
revenue.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's
Okay,
the flows.
got it. Got it. My mistake.
So it's a handful of, I mean, you could sit down and name the people if we actually knew who owned these houses, you know.
Mark,
It's a hand-
calculate, tell me what the revenue is in the last block.
It was roughly a quarter, if I can just round it off.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't understand the quarter.
I think the flows per block is about 25%, block 1, block 2, block 3, block flow.
Oh, yep, flow, but not
Like that,
revenue.
but for what we're talking about, that's fair.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to increase the third and fourth block, you know, fine. But how much is that going to increase the total revenue? You know, you want to pick up
Well,
another five.
that was the point. I was hoping to see what,
Yeah,
what is,
we're not talking about a lot of money here.
so Mark, what were the revenues that come from block 3 and block 4?
Yeah, if I can speak for the vice, I think what he's saying, if you raise block 3 and 4, you reduce block 2, I think the goal is revenue neutral. If we need,
Yeah, very much so.
it's still $100,000, adjust one as the others. If I can speak to you, you're okay with that, but
You're 100% right.
saying, okay, that's what I thought you were saying, okay.
It's just squishing the sausage. You squeeze it here and it pops out somewhere else.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Right. Right. I call it food.
Why would we reduce the second block?
When we were sitting in the commission meeting last time, we were talking about the jump from block 1 to block 2 should not be that much if we can't fit most of the average users in block 1. So the whole conversation last time was, if you're an average user and you're not an abuser, you should fall into somewhere block 1, ideally. Hey, it doesn't work. Mark said it doesn't work. Fine, then fall in block 1 and block 2. Don't penalize your average users, penalize your abusers. That was exactly what we said the last time around.
Absolutely. I'm there 100%.
So a 50% increase, or I'm sorry, a 45% increase from block 1 to block 2. I was saying, hey, maybe if you can get it to be like a 30% increase from block 1 and block 2, and then you have much bigger increases for the abusers later on. That's what I thought we were targeting. Or that's what I thought we were asked him to run.
But that's exactly, I agree with you. I think the problem though is after looking at the numbers, I'm sorry, you might have something else you want to discuss. I'm in on your time here.
No, we might as well finish doing it on this, and then I can move to the next section I am.
But I think the problem we're facing though is we're not generating enough total revenue from this class. I mean, we're trying to shift more to the abusers, if you will. But the bottom line is the residential class in total isn't producing enough revenue.
That's correct.
So all I was asking here is, can we shift up block 3 and 4 and take a little bit off on block 2 and make it revenue neutral? How much can we move those by?
The answer to the first question is you could do that. How much that is, I'd have to calculate it, how far down you want to go on the first block.
Add to the.
You could do that.
Gain out of it, because that's what we have to do. We got to get a gain out of this.
Why do we need a gain?
Because what's happening here, let me find my notes.
if you're telling me, and the reason why I don't think we need a game, but I could be misunderstanding what you're saying, is if you're telling me what they proposed today works, great. We're going to solve for the exact same amount of revenue. We're just going to shift a little bit of that revenue out of block 2 and into 3 and 4.
No, I'm telling you that it doesn't work.
Why wouldn't that work, Robert?
What's happening here is we are accelerating the differential between what residential is paying and what multifamily is paying for water. Residential, the difference is, was $1.53. Multifamily was paying $1.53 more for water than was residential. Then on the initial recommendation, the difference went up to $1.68. On this new one that we're looking at today, the differential goes up to $1.89.
But you're lumping in all residential versus all multifamily, right?
All residential combined pays $5.
I think that's a useless statistic. I think that means it's a meaningless number because you're taking the smallest residence and combining it with like the super large residences. One's an abuser, the other's not, and you're taking the average of the two of those. I don't think that number that you just gave is something you're supposed to target.
It does provide, I think, a really realistic by-class relationship where the revenues are coming from. And when people were saying that the multifamily class was not paying their fair share, actually on a per 1,000-gallon basis, they're paying more. And that's all that was. You are
and all multifamilies in tier 1 or tier 2, right?
Huh?
All multifamilies in tier 1 and tier 2, block 1 and block 2.
Yeah, like 95%.
Yeah.
It's not all of it. Interesting.
And they're also paying a base charge the same as someone using 100,000 gallons. That's correct.
Multifamily is now paying 37% more for water than is single family. And it's because of the fixed cost, because of the monthly nut.
Right, but I would think what I propose actually benefits multifamily because a bunch of them are in block 2, and it would bring the block 2 rate down and bring the block 3 and block 4 rates up.
Well, it doesn't.
That is correct.
Multifamily has 94% in block 1.
Sense. So what I'm saying is, if we can shift more revenue to the abusers without reducing the revenue that's on this recommendation in the first and second buckets, that would be a good win. That would help offset this problem.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's not a problem I'm looking to address. So I hear you, but I would much rather do something revenue neutral opposed to just throwing in a bunch of extra revenues.
Well, we're in an impasse then, because we can't keep charging multifamily more every exercise we do.
No, well, 94% of multifamily fall in block 1 and block 2. We're only talking about decreasing block 2 a bit and leaving block 1 as is. We're not touching block 1.
I'll look at it, but what has been happening is trying to do something to satisfy the 10% keeps costing the 9%, 90% more.
Right, and I think the math is showing that we're going the opposite way of that. The 10% or the 5%, the block 3 and the block 4s are very few people. They're the abusers. They're the ones who could get benefits of smart sprinklers and that sort of things, but choose not to do it, get more revenue from them, and leave block 1 as it is. I didn't touch block 1.
Now, I'm not opposed to looking at anything. You know me better than that.
Sure.
I'm suggesting that if we do something and it comes out to net zero, we're still staying with the same problem we have right now, which I find to be unacceptable.
The rates that we have proffered to you are increases and increase the revenue to meet the revenue requirements for that fiscal year estimated. What the vice mayor is saying, if I could say, is if the revenues produce enough dollars to cover the costs projected. If you lower one block and raise the other, and we keep the same revenues, we should be okay as long as the rates as initially designed recover all the costs.
Right, yeah, I was assuming the revenues that you targeted are the revenues we need.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't trying to cut the
Well-
revenues at all.
It does cover, all,
Right.
except the cost of water to 90% of the population in town went from $1.53 to $1.89. But for 10%, it went from $4.72 to $5.13. That's not fair.
I think what
It is not.
is the last blocks, which the multifamily is not in, and lower the second block, which a portion of the multifamily is in, that should shift that relationship in favor of multifamily.
Right, that's what I was saying.
If that's the direction, we can do a tweak between the last three blocks and see what it does with the objective of making sure the revenues don't change.
Yeah, that's what I thought we originally asked you for. So,
Well,
and like, I'll trust you guys on how to do it, but I would think it's not a linear dollar change between block 3 and block 4. And it's probably a bigger change between block 2 and block 3.
Yes.
It's not linear.
Yeah.
Change, you knock one down 10 cents, add 10 cents, will not be.
Right, exactly.
Question here.
But
Mayor?
remember, let me finish up, come right to you. Each of those blocks, unfortunately, only represent about 2.5% of the total. Because it's small. You also might want to go back, Robert, and look at what you had been talking about early on when we first got together. And that was the fixed portion, the fixed cost, the ready to serve, excuse me, that's the term you use.
Yes, sir.
Many municipalities, the ready to serve is at 80 or 90% on multifamily.
It's your revenue from the readiness of service is pretty favorable.
That was actually my next question, Robert, is what is the, what percent of revenues are coming from the flat fee in your revised proposal?
I'll ask Mark to calculate that. He's can probably find it pretty quickly. And you're talking
From all the classes?
you were
Yeah,
talking about,
you gave us the number previously. The last time it was like 63%.
yeah.
I can tell you when I analyzed the three buildings that I analyzed a couple of months ago, in 2 of the 3 years, when I looked at it for seasonal, I was looking at winter versus summer. In many of those months, the ready to serve was a higher number than was the actual cost of the water. So I wouldn't be surprised if serve is more than 50% of water.
47.2%.
That's water and sewer.
That's water and sewer for the base charge. I believe last time we quoted like 46%. And I think the first time we had done it was like 45%. So we
wow.
have been
Was that
steady.
low?
Well, that's of total, right?
Yeah, percent of total revenues.
Yeah,
So 47.
if we just
That's pretty
look at-
good. That's pretty good.
Because I think we said like 30%.
It was higher because all your wastewater was fixed. And Vice Mayor, you may be thinking that number as well.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
I think you may be, which I from my memory, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was talking just about our redesign.
Yeah.
No, that's
You
what I was
said-
after. That makes
And you said
sense.
46%, Mark?
It's 47% this time because we increased a little bit we bumped the base charge on both the water and the sewer. So it gave us another percent.
Okay. That's pretty strong. Pretty good. That's pretty good revenue stability.
And then moving on to the sewer, so you increased the sewer block as well. And you did that just to sort of match what we were doing for the first tier block as well, right?
Yes,
So you
sir.
made the comment that that first block is basically water use in-house, I think, or inside use or something?
I call it indoors, what I call
Indoor
it.
use, yep.
It's more essential use. It's
Yeah.
on the high side. I mentioned that too.
In a previous meeting, you actually stated that it's 70% of the water is assumed to be indoor use. So why wouldn't you do like 70% of the block? Why wouldn't you say, hey, it's 0 to 30 for water, but 0 to 21,000 for sewer or something?
Because generally the first block for water and sewer, what I've seen usually is more of an essential use characteristic, unless it's very obvious. And we could, at 20,000, at 30,000 gallons, I'm not sure 70% would be the right number, but we could definitely, look at something like that. I really felt that keeping them consistent as an essential use relationship for the first block for water would equal the first block for sewer, or excuse me, the total consumption for sewer with a cap was the right thing to do. I felt having variable rates may be a little confusing to people, and it's easier to bill and whatnot. So I thought that was good to do.
I don't know if there's
It also lowered the rate and increased the cost of the larger end users a little more, which I thought was a direction y'all wanted to kind of go as well. So I thought we were getting a couple benefits from that.
Got it.
User got
I don't know if there was a loss in translation or not, but we didn't discuss as a commission increasing the sewer block. We only.
You did not. I did that on my own to be consistent with the rate structure.
Okay, got it. But we're not forced to do that, I would assume, right?
No, I mean, you're forced to do it. You can go back to, you can go to flat rate again, which I know you don't want to do, but no,
No, but I'm saying we could have a 0 to 21,000 or 0 to 20,000 or whatever for sewer, and 0 to 25,000 first block for water or something if we wanted to, right?
Yeah, you could.
That's going to change the rates.
Yes,
Yep.
it will. It'll change the
I would
rates.
expect the
It'll
three-
change the impacts. It'll push that impact back to the average type user because the rate's going to go up.
Right, exactly.
Which
And then the last question I have is, we talked a little bit about each infrastructure sort of supporting its own. How does it look with your new proposal? Is sewer covering the sewer costs and not a huge surplus, and water covering water costs and not a huge surplus?
Yes.
So we don't have one subsidizing the other, if you will.
Let me just go to the model. I think there's a little bit of subsidy, but it's not
Well,
pronounced.
you're always probably gonna have a little bit of subsidy because everything's variable every year.
Yeah,
As long as
you're
you don't have a
right.
large one.
You're absolutely right. Water, the goal was, let me just check before I say be stupid here. The goal was to eliminate the subsidy. Right now, water, I believe, is subsidizing sewer. Sewer's under recovery. The goal was in the fifth year, coupled with the phase out of the debt subsidy and whatnot, that the two utilities would basically be on a stand on their own basis and do it over time, which we thought was the right thing to do, because you have a lot of revenue requirement change too, as you know. A good example is the debt change. And so although water is getting subsidized, part of that subsidy is through the general fund transfer. As that goes away, costs rise. We were able then to correct where we thought you should be on a by utility basis, which we agree with you on. That's probably a good position to be by the fifth year, is what we did. It's not perfect, but it's very, very close.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good.
Thank you.
John, you had something?
Yes. This is kind of interesting because while we can play musical blocks and kind of smooth out the charges and try and squeeze one into the other, keep in mind too, since we have a low number of abusers, we're also making the assumption that the abusers will keep on abusing even if we raise the rates, and because they don't care. But if they decide to care and decide to cut back,
He's right on that.
we got a problem. Because we're expecting that revenue and we're thinking they're just going to go ahead and abuse, and that may not happen. That's number one. Number two, I thought I heard Commissioner Gossett-Seidman say that there is an agreement on paying more for using more. Did I hear that right? Well, fundamentally, everything we're doing here is based on the idea that you use more, you're going to pay more. And if you're saying that, that's unacceptable, or for some reason you're hearing a large group saying, we don't like that. I mean, that seems to be what do you call it? existential threat.
Yes, exactly, yes.
I don't know
That's
what
the
to do
current
about
buzzword.
that, you know, but I don't think we want to go back to one charge, period. You know, one price per gallon for everything.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't work. So, okay. But think about those abusers. While we like to rely on abusers, so they may not be there ready to be abused.
I seem to remember someplace in this morass of papers that there was one set of figures that showed that for residents, the actual cost per gallon was roughly $5. And for condos, the use was $6.99. And
Yeah.
that's a big difference.
It's right here.
That assumes I can see.
Could you say that?
Okay, here. For residential use, the actual figure on their first recommendation was $5.31 a gallon in residences and $6.99 a gallon in condos and $6.38 for commercial
That's all per thousand.
per 1,000 gallons. But that's the cost that it boils down to after calculating in the flat fees. There's a $2 difference almost. That doesn't seem fair to me.
That was my point.
Do we have numbers on the usage of single-family residents as a percentage of what we produce as opposed to multifamily?
Yeah, it's right there.
Yes.
Okay.
Big.
It would be the residual of this, but the single family is 34.2% of the flow and 28.6% of the dollars.
Well, so they're not paying for everything they're using.
That's correct.
So that means that the condos are subsidizing the single-family homes.
That is correct. And that shows up by the difference in the dollars per gallon that we're talking
Right.
about.
So
But
that isn't fair either.
Well, but-
I mean, you're never going to get it to be completely equal, and I understand that.
Correct.
But
Yes.
I think the gap at this point is not acceptable.
Yeah, it will always be that the condos, multifamily will always be paying more
Right,
because there are so few single-family homes.
right.
So we're going to carry them to a degree, but I think the degree is too much.
Yeah, I agree with that. And am I correct in saying that when you come up with these numbers, essentially what you're doing is backing into them? You start with an amount that you need and you back your numbers in so it comes out to what your costs are?
Kinda. What we did, let me take, real quickly, what we did, the first thing we did is to try to identify what's the amount of dollars to recover from rates, water and sewer over a 5-year period, independently of each other. Then we compared that to the rate revenues that you're earning today based on the existing rates that you have in place today. And there was a deficiency as we talked about this, a few meetings ago, actually. Then what we did is we designed the rates based on the existing rate forms that you had, that's in place today. We adjusted for known conditions in terms of like, how much should indoor use be versus outdoor use? We still want to maintain a base charge. We looked at fixed cost versus variable cost on the water here. We looked at on sewer. Since we're going to variable rate, the variable cost was the purchases from your wholesale provider, which is billed to you on a volumetric basis. based on the flow you contribute. I do realize water sales and bill flow are differently. I understand that, but that we consider that a variable cost. So you identified those relationships and then designed the rates around them based on the amount of gallons that fell in the tiers, for example, and then presented these tiers to you, with the initial thought being tier 1 would be more of an internal use, indoor use, because we had a sewer flow charge now. And we felt it was right to cap that flow charge under the premise that if you're using 100,000 gallons a month, I think it was the vice mayor that said that's not being returned to the sewer. We totally agree with that. That's not being returned to the sewer. So that was the reason for a cap. So we thought linking the first block for water to the cap for sewer gave what was correct and gave a good visual and impression to your customers that is more of an indoor type use relationship. Then once we got the first blocks, we used the same block tiers based on that first block. If it's 0 to 20, then it went to 40. If it's 0 to 30, was that each step up was the same, and that can vary. Normally, I like that because it links to like almost like rate phases, so to speak, and so that's what we did there. To get the pricing, the first block was based on the rate increase of 10.5%, multiplied times the existing rate for the first block. We wanted a minimum recover that rate increase in that first block, knowing it's priced low. So we did that and then rounded a little bit for revenue recovery. The second block, we are looking at more recovery in a base charge, because if you're using more than your allocated 30,000 gallons, you're equivalent to, we thought, equivalent to like 2 homes. So you should pay that base charge. We built that into the additional flow charge. That was kind of that step up. The third block, we were looking at impact fee recovery. If you're going to stay up there, you're a higher demand on our system than the normal customer, the average customer per se, and therefore we priced it that way. And then we kind of rounded it to make sure we recovered revenues. So we backed into it, that we had basis for how we got there. If that makes sense or not, but that's what we did. Didn't say here's our answer, how do we get there? We calculated the answer based on the facts that we knew and where we thought you were wanting to go. Your direct system. We may have missed some of that, but we were trying to balance everything. And that's part of the issue, as you all know, is whichever way you go, it's a balancing, i.e. you got to recover the revenues. I think is one of the important balancing parts of this.
Well, that's the constant in the whole thing.
Yes, sir. That is the constant in the whole thing. And right.
Okay.
One other comment.
Go ahead.
Just because people don't come out and complain about something doesn't mean they're not being charged.
Oh, right.
I mean, they don't see an actual bill, but they're paying the bill because they pay it in their HOA fees, which will be going up in any event. So I don't think that we deal with who's complaining and who's not complaining, because that's not relevant to you.
Good point. Valid.
And Marshall, if someone has an irrigation meter and they use less on the sewer, does that come into play, that they're not paying for sewer charges for whatever goes into the irrigation? Is there some way to figure that out?
No, they're just figuring because you're using an irrigation meter, you're not putting any water into the sewer because it's strictly for irrigation. You're not consuming water from that. So that's why you don't have the sewer charge, if I'm hearing your question right.
Yes.
Associated with it.
Right.
Yeah, so we're saying if you're using water in your home, you're going to pay the sewer side. But if you're just purely doing irrigation, it's not going to.
I mean, if somebody is using 60,000 gallons and they're using 30,000 in the house or 25 in the house and the rest outside, then they're limited to what's being used in the house as far as sewer charges.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else before we close this out? All right, let's just recap on what's going to be done. Robert, you're just going to take a look at increasing tier 3 and 4 and shaving tier 2 a bit. And you're going to take a look at possibly shaving the ready to serve on multifamily, if that helps it in any way. Keeping in mind, obviously, the constant of we know how much money we've got to pull in. The other thought, however, is we have to get this thing off the ground. I don't want this is going to end up having a life of its own, and we can keep going on and on and on, month after month after month. And I don't want that to happen. The other thought is if increasing tier 3 and 4, dropping tier 2 back a little bit, maybe adjusting the ready to serve on multifamily doesn't bring in the revenue required. If let's say we're short $150,000, maybe that's not the end of the world, because the next year out, we don't drop the planned increase as much. Meaning we still bring in the same amount of revenue increases over the 5-year period. We just don't bring it in quite as quickly as we currently plan it. I think it's more important to get this off the ground and get it off the ground properly. When I say properly, meaning something that we can all live with, and making sure that all our residents can live with it, and not continuing to try to fine tune something when we're down to 2% of the population, and then 1% of the population, and then more months go by and by and by, and we keep coming after you. So I don't have a problem with if we don't get all the revenue that we want year 1, but we pick it up in year 2 and 3, we still meet the objective of a 5-year or a 6-year plan. How does the rest of the commission feel about that? People are shaking their
Yeah,
heads.
but I also think you need to take into account what John said, which is you may find people in the top tiers are using less, so then the revenue drops
Yeah.
instead of going up.
Yeah, that might force us to not get all the revenue we want and have to pick it up and,
Right.
and you know, outreach.
I mean, I don't know how you factor that in because it's an unknown,
But, you
but
know,
it
I
needs to
just,
be considered.
this thing can just keep going on and on and on. And, you know, at one point we have to just drop the ball, kick and get this going.
I agree, Mayor. And if I could also add, we're not going to make everybody happy. You know, single families feel that, you know, they're getting overcharged. So don't the multifamily. The condos think, if anything, they're supporting the rest of them. So everybody can take a position to fight the other. But we
John,
have to look
if
at the
everybody is happy when we go out with this, then we know we did it wrong. Okay? I mean,
Exactly.
listen, we're going to do the best we can.
So we
Mayor.
keep smoothing the numbers.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could add that for 12 years, certain residents have spoken about the commission reviewing these rates. And if nothing else, I think we all need to be commended, especially people new to town service, which is basically all of us really, Marshall, for even looking at it, because it was never even looked at in the past. So I have to say, we have the stamina and patience and the gentleman from the water firm for looking at it. We need to feel that we really tried hard to do the right thing for the most people. And that's all anybody is asking us, I think.
Yeah, that's what we're
Pat
doing.
everybody on the back.
Yeah, we're giving it our best.
Thank
shot,
you.
For sure. Okay, is there anything I'm missing here? Yes? What are we missing?
Action.
Yeah, we know what they're going to be looking at. When do we bring this back to look at it?
Then we're going to make a decision. Obviously, we're sending it to the financial advisor.
What are we sending them? We have nothing to send them because you guys haven't.
We're sending them this, what we have right in front of us, with also the knowledge that we have asked Robert to look at these 2 things.
But they won't look at, Robert, are you going to be able to look at these 2 things before, what is it, the 17th of December? Couple weeks, you'll be able to look at these other things and say what they look like if they're
these are
feasible to
pretty
present it
quick.
to the.
We will. We'll look at it.
Thank you.
The two things we're talking about, if I can sell back to y'all so I don't miss it this time, is we want to increase the 2 blocks on single family and reduce the second tier block, and possibly even the first if we want, to and steepen the curve, which will put more of a water conservation impact on large users for single family.
Well, Robert, I don't want to start, I just want to make sure we're talking the same language here.
Okay.
I don't want to start setting up a different block structure for single family than for multifamily.
No, they'd be the same block structure. The
Yeah.
rates, it's the rate level. Instead of $5, it may be $5.50. I'm just making that up, but
It's $5.50
we change the blocks as they are now, but we're going to change the prices.
The prices will be the same for all.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Yes,
it's
they
only-
will.
You're not going to have any multifamily in the 3rd and 4th block, I don't think.
That is correct. But what happens is if you raise the 3rd and 4th block rate, which affects single family residential, the 2nd block can come down a bit, and there are some multifamily flows in that 2nd block. So there's a few customers that, or a few bills, let's say, that may actually get a benefit. I think that's what I heard. The second one is possibly lower the base charge for multifamily.
Correct.
Okay.
So is that a different base charge for multifamily than single family?
Yes.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
That's it, in an effort to try to get this differential down somewhat.
I got a tough time with having different fixed amounts, but then fixing everybody to the same flow amount. That
Well, the
does,
flow, the block's gonna have to change, Vice Mayor. If we lower that first block, I'm sorry, the base charge for multifamily, let's say it's 0.9 times the single family, recommend to you that first block of 0 to 30, multifamily 0 to 27. Or if it's-
got it. Okay, so you are adjusting it. All right.
I think
just
you
wanted to get-
should.
Yeah, I thought you were.
That puts that puts that capacity relationship consistent with each other.
Right.
Yeah, we would definitely want to do that. So yes, I don't know.
Which is kind of going back to where we started. I guess almost is that kind of like what we have now or no?
No, well, you do and you don't. The base charge is the same, but the flow charges are different.
And the blocks are different.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
got it.
But that, you can do that in the next 2 weeks. Go through that.
Yeah, well, yeah. We'll get it done.
Come on, man.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, very good. We thank you for three things. One, for your expertise and hard work.
Thank
Two,
you.
for your patience with us. And 3, for your hanging in there, because we're going to get finished. Okay, thank you
Very good.
both. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a
All right,
great
thank you, guys.
and
Thank
we'll
you,
talk to you
guys.
soon. All right, take care. Bye-bye.
right. Bye.
Okay, we just have a few things to get through and then we'll be done, everybody. We are on new business. Page 70 is resolution number 20-021. What is this for? Intending for that requiring submission of this is for campaign finances to be done electronically now. This is a terrific new system that we'll be able to use now. Would our town clerk like to chat a little bit about this and help us
Yes.
understand it?
Yes.
It's all
This
yours.
is a electronic campaign finance reporting system, which the Florida statute 106.07 does allow the governing body to implement such system for its candidates. Candidates will be allowed to submit their monthly reports electronically, and they will also have access to that information 24 hours. And the system, the development requirement of the system will meet the state statutes. It will be based on access by means of internet, be accessible by anyone with internet access using standard website, web browsing software. It will provide for direct entry of campaign finance information as well as upload of upload of such information for campaign finance software. It will provide a method that prevents unauthorized access to electronic filing system functions. So the candidates and their campaign treasurer or their deputy treasurer will have a special login code. In the event that system does not work, I'm required to have an alternate process, which will be paper, but it'll work.
Good.
And we will be the first municipality in Palm Beach County to implement this.
Really?
Mhm.
Great. Is it up and running now?
Well, I'm working on it on the back end. So it should be up and running soon.
Is that connected to our ERP system? It's totally separate.
Totally separate.
Excellent. Anybody have any questions? Peg, you'll be the first on it. And Greg. Okay, great. Do we need a motion for this? It's a resolution. Okay. Somebody want to make it?
Yes, I move that we accept resolution number 20-021 and allow for electronic filing of campaign finance reports.
Got a second?
I'll
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good deal.
Okay. Move down to item C on page 139. We need to ratify the town manager's signature for the interlocal agreement between Highland Beach and Palm Beach County for reimbursement of all the municipal coronavirus aid and relief. I'll turn this over to Marshall.
I will entertain a motion to approve so we can collect $66,000 reimbursement from the county for all of our expenditures.
That's all it came up to, huh?
All this wonderful stuff you see before you, the permanent improvements at the clerk and finance areas. Yeah.
Okay. Motion, lady.
Yes, I move that we ratify the town manager's signature on the interlocal agreement under the CARES Act reimbursement.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
On to approval of commission meeting minutes. Anybody have any issue with anything on the October 6th meeting? Nope.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Top of page 173.
173.
First line, town manager Labadie. It should read currently has, HAS, not have. Just a tense problem.
I'm still trying to get to 170.
Palm Beach County currently has an executive order. And then executive order technically should be capitalized. It's a formal order. And then last line of that paragraph, the town of Highland Beach can educate the residents, not education.
Good catches.
And then
Gotcha.
the paragraph below, town manager Labadie will respond to the resident who sent an email, WHO. Last line there, it should be coverings, plural, about wearing face coverings.
Rings, right. Okay.
That's it for that page.
You have more on this October 6th?
No, sir. Wait, let me check the date of this one. No, sir, just November 5th.
Okay. Anybody else on October 6th? October 20th?
No.
I have page 179. Under mine, about 2/3 of the way down the page. Second line, ordinance being sponsored by a town commissioner. The town commission was in support of a commissioner. sponsored ordinance. Town Commissioner Labadie mentioned that. The commissioner sponsored ordinance would help. Okay? You got those, Linelda?
Yes, sir. Received.
Okay. Anybody have anything else on October 20th? No?
Eagle eyes, you guys did good.
November 5th, page. Anybody have anything?
Yes, bottom of page 186.
All right, I got 185. That comes before
You go first.
186.
Okay, you can go first.
185, it's the first full paragraph. Second sentence, Vice Mayor working with town staff to define quiet work on Saturday. Then it goes on allowing. Yours, Peggy?
Yes, sir. The next page, second to last line.
The next page?
Yes, sir. Page 186. It should be community, second to last line, community wave of COVID-19 cases, plural. That's all I found.
Changes will be noted.
Anybody have
as-
anything else? No. All right, one motion for all three.
I make the motion to accept all three sets of minutes, October 5th, October,
20.
yes, and then November
5.
5 and 2.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on to commission comments. John?
Can you come back to me? I'm
Okay.
going to.
Evelyn?
Nothing. I'm talked out.
Peggy?
Yes, briefly, I'll recap the legislative action agenda, keep it short since we're late. These are the final motions made that the League of Cities will take to Tallahassee when session opens March 3rd. And I'll give you just one line on each. The Sales Tax Fairness Act. Basically, this is called the Wayfair Rule, named for the shipper of home goods nationally. Apparently, all counties in the state do not collect taxes on that, which puts small businesses at a lack of customers due to being able to peruse the local stores, then going and ordering on Wayfair and not paying the tax. That is being addressed. That's been a very prominent effort.
That affects the penny tax too then. doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it will. Yes, other states have tackled this years ago, but Florida has not fully. Then annexation, this really isn't prevalent to Southeast Florida. However, there are several areas of properties that municipalities are attempting to annex. And because there are different rules throughout the state for such, they're having a difficult time finalizing this, and they're looking to make this sort of a universal effort statewide to make it easier to finish this. Short-term rentals is still a problem lingering from past years. There is concern about grandfathered municipalities not having had a ordinance in effect to cover short-term rentals, and they're looking at trying to deal with that and allow them to implement the state policy of short-term rentals. Luckily, our commission a couple years ago went ahead and moved to set forth an ordinance allowing us to regulate that. Yes.
Good, so we beat the state on it.
Yes, we're good so far. Actually, former Mayor Zellniker was on that and really came back from a trip to Washington and Tallahassee with this effort.
I remember
So we're
sitting
good so
there
far.
watching it.
Yes, you did. So we're good so far. Affordable housing, the Sadowski Fund is set up every year for affordable housing, and it's one of the first things rated
when other measures fall short in the budget, and they're looking to try to provide this, especially with COVID this year, putting many lower income families at risk. Discharge to surface waters. This is very interesting. We might want to watch this. In 2025, all outfall pipes into the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean are supposed to be sealed off and just not used. There are currently, I hear 1 and 2 being used in Boynton Del Rey. I'm not sure which number is correct. It's supposed to be used for pre-treated water, and part of Del Rey and Boynton's concern is that the reclaimed water used for irrigation is supposed to compensate for not closing off this pipe earlier. This is a statewide problem that they're trying to make sure that our coastal waters do not continue to be polluted by sewage flows and runoff from landscaping and so forth. We'll be watching that, but it's apparently the conversion of these pipes is going to cost utilities $28 billion with a B. And so it's been a big issue to tackle now with our new budget problems with COVID. Watch that. This is real interesting. The digital divide due to COVID. We do not have, apparently, especially in the center and north part of the state, the correct infrastructure for IT to carry all of the workers and students at home working and doing their jobs and their studies. And so they're trying to get up and running quickly while we're still in this plague to allow to have the broadband access that everyone needs. There are people driving to other municipalities 20 miles in order to work off their computer. Interesting. Mobility. Which one was this? Oh, looking at implementing different modes of transportation, rail, fast speed rail. This is apparently going to be down the road somewhat now with COVID. Cybersecurity, they're looking at and trying to tighten that up. Transportation funding really caught my eye because with increased usage of non-gasoline transportation, both with Teslas and then train stations, airports, buses, the gas tax is actually not being utilized as much, and the government will have to compensate for the lack of income from gasoline due to everyone buying a Tesla. They lost their gas tax. That's just a long-term effort. And then resiliency and sustainability in Florida, we're already tuned into that with our coastal resiliency, but that's becoming more of a widespread effort. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. John, you ready?
You know, I didn't have a chance, I guess, to respond to Diane Mantelli. I thought that she was articulate in presenting her position, and I respect her strong feelings. And that includes the fact that she feels like she's being almost discriminated against, that we're rushing to make decisions without really listening. So I just wanted to formally say in this recording that I know we're listening. We are hearing all kinds of input from all areas of the town. This is not just about Bellito. It is not just about a small area of the town who has a concern about construction. There are issues for the condos who have to live with the restrictions that were placed on them by a small group, relatively speaking, as a percentage of the whole town. We're trying to represent all the residents. This is not easy. And I know it's not going to make everybody happy, as we're trying to do with water and sewage charges. But we are trying to listen. I feel that certainly some of the condos feel that they're stuck, that some would like to do some work on Saturdays. There is not a unanimous feeling that all condos don't want to do work on Saturdays. That is absolutely not the case. But if the town allowed even quiet work on Saturdays, then the condos could then make a decision whether they'd make exceptions or whether they would follow the town or whether they would say, no, we're not going to do Saturdays. So they would have more flexibility and could adapt according to their own requirements and to the demands of their citizens, their members. So I just wanted to say that, sorry you're not here, Diane, to hear this on, hopefully you're watching, but we don't want to have a small group dominate the laws for the whole town, but we also want to accommodate as best as we can the interests and do it in a way where, yeah, it is about compromise. And we are trying to find a compromise here that works for everybody with a little give and take and without taking, take the emotion out of it and assume that we can do it in a reasonable basis and not assume, oh, no matter what they do, if they do it on Saturdays, then they're going to break the law, they're going to break their guidelines, they're going to, no. We will rely on code enforcement. This is something I think no matter what we do on a construction hours ordinance, a very important element of that is going to be code enforcement, and that comes back to our town manager. Okay, so that was what I wanted to say about that. Right away.
Before you go on, that was well stated, and I think we all feel the same way. So I'm glad you said that.
Well, I'm glad you, and maybe the town doesn't realize, the sunshine laws, I can't necessarily talk to everybody before. We only talk when we're in the meeting, so I don't know necessarily how they feel. I'm just kind of stepping out there saying, this is at least what I feel from what I hear, what we're listening to. I believe we're all listening, and I'm glad to hear the feedback. Okay, not to get emotional, but forceful. Right of way is another controversial issue that I'm getting involved in. And we've already had a couple meetings with our town planner and our town manager. And I think we could have wordsmithed the one before and taken it from 4 or 5 pages and try and knock it down to 2 or 3 pages. But we're actually going a step further in all of this. We're trying to say, look, we need to encourage swales. Okay, so here it is today. We get a perfect example, whereas looking at me in the face, they're not thinking about the swale. They're not thinking about the drainage. It's just not even in their world, right? Because he's a contractor. Hey, here's what I'm trying to build. But we need to increase the awareness and the requirement to support a drainage strategy that might, as you said, be a swale. It could be a shallow swale, a depression. It could be a French drain, whatever. But we need that kind of action going forward. So protecting and encouraging the use or construction of swales is imperative. That's where the focus is going to be. And I think that's what you'll see as we go forward with this, as well as we want to avoid obstructions to the swale in the right of way. That is a safety hazard. Is obviously going to cause a problem. There's lots of those we know of, whether it's telephone poles 3 feet high lining the street doesn't make sense, as well as, trucking in a massive tree and planting it in the middle of a swale. It's not going to work. So, and we're not trying to be silly by saying, oh, you got to come and get a permit for a mailbox, or if you're going to increase your irrigation of your lawn. I mean, that's nonsense that we're not trying to do. We're trying to support residents using, their property in ways that make it paradise for them. What else? The only other point I would make is grandfathered. As we've seen again today, we have a property owner who's concerned about his neighbor who's grandfathered and he can't do what they did. Well, that doesn't seem right. So again, that comes back to us, and we need to have a process for variances, and we need to understand our ordinances. All of this is done, or most of it is done before we came to play, right? And so we're going to try and address that very minimally, but it is grandfathered in many cases. And that's why we can't go back on A1A and force homeowners build swales and spend the $10,000, $20,000 if you have a big lot and create a swale. We're too late. And but what we can do is encourage and support it going forward. Okay, so we're working on that. We're working on the draft again. We're going through another revision there, and as we get the first draft on the actual ordinance. I just wanted to let you know where I stood on that. And lastly, I just had one of the really terrific moments as a commissioner. I interviewed John Burry, who is living down in Seagate, is a World War II B-17 Flying Fortress navigator who had done 28 missions over Germany, bombing missions, bombing warehouses and manufacturing production facilities and strategic targets, and he survived. And he came back, he settled here, he's been in Highland Beach for like 38 years, just down the street, and I met him this morning, 99 years old, sharp as a tack. It was just a pleasure talking with him. I wrote up a story. I've sent it to all of you. I just sent it literally before we started, the edited, updated version, because I didn't bring notice to the fact that he was in the 8th Air Force flying out of England and a couple other things. So, and I sent some pictures. The point is, we'll bring some notoriety to that in the form of either the manager's notice or, the commissioner's notice and a proclamation, which I am going to ask through Lynelda, our fabulous town clerk, who I am really enjoying working with to get some of this stuff done. So progress is being made. Now, that's my update.
Glenn, can you hold it for a minute? As soon as we do one World War II veteran, and it's a wonderful story, and obviously I'm totally behind it, you have to do them all.
Or as many as I can identify.
Everyone in town.
Yep.
But you must now be on a pursuit.
Yep,
Go back to
absolutely.
what you said the other day, and you're 1,000% correct. And we can't miss one.
Yeah, well, identifying them is tough duty. And again, if there's a veteran out there, please let someone or me know that you're there. I'm slowly building my.
Well, here's a suggestion for you. You're next up to write the letter that gets mailed to everyone. Put it in your letter.
That was the option. If you all agree, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, I mean, because that's a mailing that goes to all
Yeah.
residents.
Will do.
And, we'll add that to the things that we do, but now we're obligated to, and it's a great thing to be obligated
Yeah,
to.
yeah,
I'm totally behind it. It's a wonderful thing. But we got to, it's a shame that, the virus is still here with us. We could, do something, bring them in, or we could still bring them in here. But it would be nice if there were other people here, of course.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, that's wonderful. Okay, I'm sorry. Now go ahead.
Glenn, can we require people whose property is flooding over into the street to correct the flooding problem?
I don't know
Even
that we
if
have anything
right of way?
that requires it unless it becomes a code issue. If their property's flooding because they should have installed or done something that they didn't do. So for example, if they're supposed to have provided for 2 inches of drainage retention on their property and they don't, but if they received a permit years ago for their construction, including their landscaping plan, I'm not sure how much that we can do. We could look into if we ever want to get to the point of charging people back for a liability they've created. But that's an interesting question. I could look more into that.
Because there are some places where when they flood, it floods out the sidewalk. And people can't walk through, people can't ride a bike through, and it becomes a safety issue.
Yeah. I hear that, and I think part of that issue is going to always be what caused that. Is it that property owner pretty clearly the one that didn't do something that's causing the flooding, or is it a clogged drain on A1A that DOT didn't clean? But I could certainly look into that.
If it's from their property, it's in our charter that we can do something.
That's
Require.
what I thought, that our charter
Mayor?
says that we can require them to deal with the flooding issue.
Yeah, Mayor, we have section 2661 for drainage, does make post requirements on A1A. I don't think we enforce.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever enforced that. I know that a lot of people have built homes, particularly on the ocean side, where they put in very steep driveways without any drainage at the bottom, and it just flows straight down.
It's a big subject.
And we
You know,
have, that's why I'm glad we did what we did today, because it's a first step. We have to get people, particularly people doing new construction.
That has to go, by the way, to the planning group. And when they look at all new construction on the side streets or on
Wherever.
A1A, either one, they have to insist on that before they pass it. So we catch it right at the beginning.
So at least we'll stop it getting worse.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Greg,
Perfect segue, Mayor. Perfect segue. Evelyn, I would actually suggest that Glenn don't look into it. Not Glenn, but have a conversation with Jeff Remus. He is all over this subject. The week of Thanksgiving, early that week, I went and finally did my building department tour, like all new commissioners are supposed to do tours of each of the departments. I never did the building department because it was in such state of transition from Val Perez coming out, and then Jeff Massey coming in, then Jeff Massey coming out, and then Jeff Remus coming in, and I didn't want to hit any official right when they sat down. So finally, I scheduled it with him, and I spent about 2 hours with him and getting a tour last week, and it's phenomenal. It's actually a lot more sophisticated than I thought it was, particularly with the new system and how automated everything is, all the way down to every conversation had with every single homeowner and every contractor, time-stamped and everything. It's really impressive, but this was one of the subjects Jeff was chatting about, and he knows what we can enforce, what we can't, where we have loopholes, where we don't. It's probably something where he could give a lot of pretty speedy direction on how to fill our holes in our code on that. So I don't know if someone wants to take that on or not, but that is, I would definitely start with him because he's probably forgotten more on this than probably most of us know. So that's point one. Point two, section 30-66C1a, the gift that keeps on giving. So I learned something today. This is that setbacks on waterfront properties that we discussed with Joshua today. This thing just keeps coming up again and again and again. And as I started working on the marine accessory ordinances revisions, building inspector brought it up to me, Marshall brought it up to me, everyone brought it up to me, and I just assumed it was in the accessory marine ordinances, and today I learned it wasn't. But it's obviously something that's coming up a lot. It's not just coming up with new construction, and yes, it has been an issue for every one of the new construction homes. It's coming up with a lot of people like Joshua who want to either raise their seawall, and as soon as they start doing any work, well, maybe they can't have their back patio that existed all the way out to the wall before or not. Or people who just want to get some renovation work done or improve their backyard. So from that standpoint, if we want to tackle this, we can probably tackle this pretty easily. I'm happy to sponsor it if no one else wants to do it, but it shouldn't be a very difficult amendment to make on our current setback ordinances. We're just fixing the oversight on the waterfront issue. So if it's something you all want to address, you want me to sponsor it, happy to do it. It shouldn't be hard. If it's something you want to tackle later on, that's fine too. Marshall, you can comment on how many times this thing hits you up per week. But it seems like it's just getting worse and worse.
Greg, it seems like you're halfway home already on it. So
Yeah,
if you're-
without even realizing I was.
Yeah, if you're willing to take it, run with it.
Can we exempt waterfront property from that setback requirement?
Well, that all depends.
Peggy's got something to add here.
Along the same lines, it was discovered earlier this year on Bel Air Drive correct me if I'm wrong, Marshall, but we do not even have a setback ordinance for multiple family units such as townhome on the sides. Is that correct, Marshall? I believe we did not have any side setback ordinance at all.
And some of the multifamily that were approved and platted have mostly as it relates to docks. I know that I've spoken with the vice mayor on that, you know, most single family, you have to have 25-foot setback for your docks from each of your property lines. Multifamily is a 0 lot line transition. So you can basically put your dock or boat to lot line, usually because it's a little bit smaller and you have shared properties. But you're right, it doesn't account for that. Yet in a single family, you have these more potentially onerous docking provisions. And I think some of that's going to be addressed through what I'm going to coin this form-based marine accessory structures concept that the vice mayor's come up with, where you basically say, you know, here's the space you're allowed to occupy. We put some very general provisions and leave it to the homeowners to how they fill that space. And if they want to go beyond that, there just isn't an ability. So it cleans it up. And we do have to clean up that language, you know, that also Ingrid had found it that it says in one sentence, it'll say, you got to have a setback, and then goes right underneath, you don't. In the same provision, you have 2 bullets that contradict each other. I don't know how that happened, but those are the things that we need to start, you know, picking up as we go forward. As it goes back to setbacks on waterfront properties, the concept that you have to discuss is, do you want entirely all of the rear setback to be occupied with impervious surfaces to accommodate what Mr. Davison was looking for, or a lesser amount to ensure that there is some, I know this is kind of tough on some of our density here, but green space and plantings, or do you want it all, you know, impervious? And that's just a policy issue that you'll have to address, because if you just say yes, then you're going to have basically all rear of homes paved, if you will, for lack of better words. It may not be a problem or an issue, but right now you say no, you want that little green belt or green space in your setbacks. You have unimpeded access and some greenery along the adjacency, but it may not be totally practical. So to just exempt wholly, you may say yes, you could, but some of you may not want to. I don't know.
Well, if we could possibly add that, because it appeared a problem when a townhome of 2 or 4 units, I forget, had totally paved each side yard with pavers, totally, and the runoff was causing problems. We had no side setback at all for those homes, and it was a problem for adjoining neighbors. So if you could add that to the list.
I don't know what the ordinances are here, but I do know in other places, if you do something on your property that causes water to run into someone else's property, you are responsible for dealing with that.
Makes sense.
If we could add that to the list, then that would be great.
Greg, is it dangerous to get on a boat from something other than a solid platform? I mean, I'm not sure that I'd want to walk over 4 feet of grass and then have to get on a boat.
Yeah, yes and no. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Yeah, you don't want to walk through the grass. You certainly don't want to get on a boat from grass because it's unstable. I agree. But you're always going to have a seawall in between where the grass ends and then the boat is. And a typical seawall cap is anywhere from 24 to 36 inches wide. So you can imagine across the back of a waterfront property, you have a 24 to 36 inch, I should say deep, and for the whole width of the property, patio, if you will, a long, narrow strip. So it's there aren't too many properties at all in our town that don't have that. There are a few on the direct intercoastal up by the sands where they have rock walls opposed to seawalls with caps. But the whole issue with this ordinance, it's sort of strange. You go from your pool deck, you want to go down to get on your boat, or you're coming off your boat. You tend to be wet and you got to walk through grass, and then you track grass everywhere.
Yeah.
And you slip.
And you slip. Yep.
I mean,
Not good.
I wanted a solid surface to get on and off a boat.
It makes the most sense. But Peggy, if that side setback is in this same ordinance, happy to address that as well. And all I'll do is just work on something with Jeff and Glenn, and then just bring it back to the commission to then, to bat around.
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you.
Okay,
End of my report.
done?
That's it.
Yep. Okay, on to Glenn.
Nothing.
Well, while you're there, I'll ask you a quickie. How are you progressing on the document that we need for Mr. Pierce? Glenn?
Vice Mayor Bobby and I spoke with Len Rubin about that the other day, and I don't think we've made anything in terms of in writing yet. Vice Mayor, have you anything since our conversation? I think
Well, the conversation you, Len, and I had is we went through a bunch of different terms like air draft, height of boats, width of boats, beam of boats. We had a tougher time with things like cleanliness, but all the other stuff we addressed pretty well. We talked about who can be rented to. I thought Len was, the last thing Len said is that he had everything he needed for a draft. So we're
Right.
waiting for a draft from him, right?
Right, and when I saw Len this morning, he was still working on that. So when I left this morning, so I don't know whether he did something this afternoon.
Nope. The last I heard of it is when the three of us spoke last week.
Okay. I'll follow up with Len tomorrow.
Okay, please, while he is in agreement, I'd like to get this thing done, strike while the fire's hot. And we have it's interested in going in there. So now's the time to get this thing wrapped up. Okay, thank you. On to you, Marshall. Marshall.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not going to add much. We've been going at it for a while. The fire study is not died. We got some about 80% of the information from Delray, a couple of questions that the consultant had on one of the year's data. And we're trying to build that into that profile document. I'm supposed to be meeting with Terry from go over some of the spreadsheet information. So that's progressing again, much slower pace as we anticipated. Getting data was going to be a trick, but it's still progressing. We have a lot of irons in the fire. I sent you an email. We got some issues. I'll clarify some of that via email to you all on the issues. You know what I'm speaking to. We may have to slow a bit on our ambitions on ideas and special projects, meaning as a small town, we don't have a ton of horsepower. So when some of that horsepower is brought offline, others have to fill in. So just understand we're doing everything we can to address all of your needs momentarily on a moment's notice, but some of it's just going to slow down just a touch, especially as we get into the holiday season. Speaking of holiday seasons, everyone, I hope you can enjoy the lights display that we have up as you drive through town or come around. So I understand that as you'll see in the manager's minute that'll go out tomorrow, we unfortunately have an unwanted guest for the holiday season called COVID. But I just want everybody during these holiday seasons to just be careful. Continue your practices on COVID, facial covering, social distancing. Keep an eye on yourself. I've added a new twist to it. At least laugh once a day. And if you see somebody that you don't think has laughed in a little while, tell them a joke. We have to stay positive and happy as we go into the holiday season and move through this hopefully last leg of COVID, which looks like it's going to be a little bit of an adventure. But we do have the holiday lights, so hopefully everyone will enjoy that or bring a little smile or some joy to everybody's daily activities in life. So just be safe out there. We'll make it. We'll do it. Just again, and I'll clarify a few of those operational issues offline. So thank you.
Let's see, one quick thing to add to the fact that we've been running into some issues getting appropriate data or correct data from Delray for fire rescue. Our calendar is getting pushed back. So the original 180 days, we're not going to make it. Okay. So at the next meeting, we'll give you another time frame because We don't want you to think it's going to be in 180 days anymore, so.
Thank you for bringing that. That's a very good point. And I'll be speaking with the consultants here in the next couple of days, and I'll maybe have a better idea of what kind of more realistic timeline. If they have all of the financial data and we can confirm some of those pieces, then we'll start getting over to the meat and potatoes section on options and service delivery models and costs. So.
No, we'll push them as best we can, but until they have all the data, there's no sense in pushing them. Okay, anybody have anything else? No, we're good to go. We will adjourn. It is 5:47. Thank you all. Be well.